I'm still gonna make tea first, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe you can small the window in such a way so you can still read the chat, because I won't be able to have the chat up on my screen. No, just make the window smaller because OBS is behind it, right?
Sure. I was just gonna have it on the side anyway. Hey, Webbish.
Hello.
You what at this hour? Do you want to get iPad so you can look at the chat as well?
I'm still setting everything up.
Okay. When you're done with that.
Yeah,
hello.
Did you press the live button on this?
No.
Okay. I wish my computer had 2 HDMI ports so I could have a second screen in at the same time.
Same. I mean, my graphics card does, but the
case is what's broken
yeah.
about your computer, which is really weird.
What I could do is buy one of those new screens that have the thing that's newer than HDMI.
Yeah, DisplayPort.
Then I can have 2 screens.
That's ridiculous, though. I mean, you can get a DisplayPort adapter.
I could also do that and get another screen that is HDMI capable, but you know, if I need to buy a new screen, I may as well buy a new one that has the capability.
But having the DisplayPort adapter is also good because then it means that we can plug this screen into the Elgato when we want to just project something like Rock Band, and then we have a different screen that has the. But you know, not enough space right now to do something like that.
Considering how shit our setup is,
yeah,
our stream looks fucking great.
Yeah. I'll go grab the iPad then.
Tyler said the intro looks so good.
Thank you.
Give the mic a little bit. Auto's here. you're gonna be lurking for a lot of this stream because I'm working on homework. No problem.
Good.
Thanks for coming. Oh yeah, and there's the audio message. How to ideally lurk if you want to mute. But yeah, this is just gonna be a chill one. Like I'm also just gonna do my own thing on the side.
You want tea or do you want that later?
For now I'm drinking coffee, so it's fine.
Oh, there's hot water for later when we take a break or something. You gotta remind us to take breaks during art streams.
Jay.
Yes.
Not that I'm necessarily gonna do this, but if I were to open, let's say, a game, is there a way for me to mute that on just the stream?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because we're capturing the
Desktop audio. Yeah.
desktop audio for most of our alerts and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need an audio mixer like Voice Meter Banana or something to split audio. Exactly. Which we have installed, but we haven't really looked into it at all. And we're not going to do it while we're live, obviously.
That is for the future when we have a better setup.
Yeah. Right now we don't bother with that too much because we're already doing so much audio bullshittery with us both having to listen to the same source to be able to hear the sound alerts and also play games that require like 360 sound understanding. So we basically have a physical headphone splitter so that we can split the audio physically. Water?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm going to start it in a second. I set it up recently. It helped a lot because I worked it out. Yeah, I would love your help at some point, but I don't think we're ready for it yet. We have so
Definitely
much.
not a rush.
We have so much that we're already doing. That's like kind of silly with the audio.
But it would make it easier for us to make streams like this.
Yes,
but
I'm gonna take this.
But it's not like we do this very commonly.
So I need you to turn that screen off for a second so I can see the wikis happening.
What screen? This screen?
Yeah.
Go to gaming?
Yeah. Cool, thanks, Ayla. So we're here. We're doing some VTube rigging. We're doing extremely basic VTube rigging. Can you turn on my funny music for me? Gotta play music to focus. I'm gonna be working on a VTuber commission today. For someone who would like to stay anonymous. I actually might message them.
What's some other chill music to play that wouldn't be a problem on a stream?
I think as long as, correct me if I'm wrong, other streamers in the chat, but I think as long as it's like video game music, you won't get DMCA'd at least.
As long as it's not A music studio music. I
got at least express permission from the developers of Ooblets to use their music on stream, which I think is very good.
Like, yeah, we could just put on some fucking Outer Wilds as well or something.
Yeah, the only thing is I literally asked the developers and they let me.
I know.
But I'm sure you can put on whatever. I'm sure you can put on whatever soundtrack that it belongs to an actual, the official OST for certain games, and it might let you. The only problem is, like, if you search like something like Katamari Damacy, it only comes up with covers, which is not. Covers are like somebody's property.
I am thinking about music we can easily get access to right now.
if you would like to switch it up, you can.
Yeah, like Outer Wilds. I know that's easy to access. Maybe Obra Dinn as well, actually.
Obra Dinn is a funny mood, but I do like the music. But if actually, for those who are, I don't have access to the chat. Oh, I do. I can type it on the iPad. For those who are like, or maybe the mods can do it for me. Isla, can you shout out Robin for me? Wayward Robin. They're not here right now. That's why it's hard for me to chat. Because you're supposed to be able to shout out people who are in your chat. Oh my god! Okay, the commissioner's here.
Hey.
Hi. Closet Fox is who I'm doing the VTuber for. So, Robin is actually planning to stream Obra Dinn tonight.
Hell yeah.
Obra Dinn is literally one of the best games.
Just, you know, no biggie. Just one of the very best games ever.
It's a mystery puzzle game.
That's great.
Which is a genre that I think a lot of people like, but not a lot of people have the patience for. So I understand if you might not ever play it. If that's the case, please come and watch them play it. If you plan to play this ever in your life, please come and lurk and don't watch, because it is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Like, you cannot play this game after you know the answers to the mysteries. But it is extremely good. If that makes sense. If that pitch makes sense. I hope. So yeah, welcome to the stream, everybody. Thanks for coming, Closet Fox. You're the person that has commissioned me to make a tuber today.
And besides of you, Doodle Demonart. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Demon?
Does it say demon? Oh my god, it says demon. Doodle Demon. Makes a lot more sense. Doodle Demon Art is here for once.
Yeah, thank you for coming. I'm glad that you could join us today.
I made it to the stream for once. Well,
yeah. I know that our time zone is usually not very good for Americans. Whenever we stream on the weekend, we try to stream it at a time when most people can catch it.
Yeah.
To some degree. I'm gonna shout out.
Fragrance of dark coffee. I don't know what that was for.
What do you mean?
Me saying I'm drinking coffee? I don't know. Like,
can you smell? Can you smell our coffee through the microphone?
Can you smell it? How does it smell?
I think it's cool that you guys got 3D versions of your characters. Where are they?
What?
I would like 3D versions of my characters.
Look at my mouth and my hair.
It's not 3D. It's 2D. You can tell.
How's that? For 3D.
That's some very good 3D.
I gotta find that.
It looks 3D. Yeah, that's what I'm doing on stream today. We're making VTubers. Yeah. VTubers are actually just a very, very vague word for a lot of things.
This is a VTuber, baby. Look at this.
But this is a 2D VTuber. Isla, shout yourself out. Isla has a 3D VTuber. OT in the chat. Yeah, she also does streaming, so you should catch her as well. Yeah, you should catch her streams as well. She does really, really nice like retro games recently. Last time I caught a bit of your Pingu stream. That was fun. You could always play Emmy award-winning Meta Knight's Revenge. Meta Knight's Revenge is a good song. I'm not sure if it's on Spotty. We're just using Spotty right now. Pingu was so cursed. It actually looked kind of cute. It didn't look that cursed. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna start doing what I'm doing. Sorry if you can't see every single thing, because our tubers are in front of stuff under my head. There's some stuff. So we're making a tuber. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna correct the layering on this character. So the layering here is listed by the number that's here. So you see the 500s, that's what layer they're on. If I make the number smaller, technically goes behind, even if they are above or under. So I'm gonna make these in the right order. For anyone who's like interested in learning how to do VTubers, it's not super difficult. I learned everything I'm doing from a YouTube tutorial, and then I've just kind of like associated that knowledge with more complicated things. Really bread? Really bread? Hello, welcome to the stream.
Very even.
It's cursed because it's produced by the BBC.
What is?
Finger.
Oh yeah. Love that bit where the phone rings and the kettle is steaming at the same time. So Pingu sits on the floor and pees himself.
Yeah.
Very relatable BBC.
Hey Sleepy, I love Pingu. The British Blurst Corporation. I've never seen one of your streams, but I saw your rigging and I got excited. Cool! I don't rig very much on stream, or at all. I think this is the first time I'm rigging on stream, so honored to have you here.
You rig offline, usually.
Usually. The thing is, like, this is, at the moment, like, my primary source of income. But I do want to make it possible for other people who want to learn how to do this to have some sort of reference point. I'm not going to talk through every single little tiny thing I'm doing, but I want people who want to learn to have a second, like, source besides tutorials to watch people do, if they're interested in learning themselves. And also the rigs that I do, like, are extremely simple, because my art style kind of, like, allows for simple rigs. I also... What are you doing?
Thinking and doing my own thing. Don't worry about it.
The rigs that I do are extremely simplified, because I think that they don't really need to be very complicated, but people who do extremely... I don't consider myself, like, extremely good at rigging. Thank you so much, Closet, for tipping. I always thought it'd be cool to learn how to make VTubers. You totally can. Like, the program I'm using, Live 2D, it has a free version, and I'm actually just using the free version. I don't charge a lot for my VTubers because I'm using the free version of the program. Like, if you... Just moving the mic a little bit further away from the keyboard.
So I will be writing.
Yeah, you're going to be writing the whole time. So a lot of people, if you look at other VTuber, like people who make VTuber commissions, a lot of them charge like around or upwards to 1,000 USD, probably because they make much more complicated rigs than me. I make, half torso rigs that can do basic facial features, kind of like the stuff that our characters are currently doing. But I honestly, in my experience so far, we use it to play games, and we don't have enough acting skills to be able to be using the tubers to their fullest extent anyway, while we are focused on an intense first-person shooter, for example. Like, if we're playing... if we're playing Slayers, it's a skill issue for us, but it's like Slayers X that we played last stream. We are not going to be able to play something like that and be able to emote with our face to a way that makes the VTubers do something like super complicated anyway.
That was also a very extreme example, because I could not focus on anything else but that game at the same time, because holy shit.
But it's also a good example, because...
Great example.
Hey, thanks for following Really Bread. I tried to make my stream look really nice with other things, such as the 2D art, like the follow animation. Like, the stream has other flourishes. They have a lot of fun redeems you can do with the comedy points. It's a combination of everything that makes the rig need to be less impressive, in my opinion. Like, the rig doesn't have to be super impressive, it just has to look cute while we're playing video games. And then you can do a lot of fun things by doing comedy point redeems. So I'd rather do it like that, and I also think that people who are just starting off with streaming don't mind a simple rig like this either. You can make the rig more complicated as well by doing stuff like integrating a third-party app called Mix It Up, which I don't have. Mix It Up is something that allows you to just put rim lighting on your character so that you can make it look like the character is doing something, like sitting in a dark room with a blue light behind them or whatever. So there's a lot of ways to make a simple VTuber rig kind of do what you want it to do without overcomplicating it. There's also Shoost that does post-processing. Yeah, Shoost is one I've heard of as well. We use a program called TITS, T-I-T-S, which is the Twitch integrated throwing system, which Doodle Demon just redeemed a Maui for. So that makes it so that when you throw an item or donate bits, the items
I get pelted.
The items actually interact with the VTuber though. Like it makes the VTuber flinch, which is really cute. So there's a lot of things that you can do that are third party as well. That makes the VTuber
donate your
lovable.
bits today to kill me.
Yeah. Okay, a little bit about this rig. We're rigging something for Closet Fox, who's in the chat. I'm not sure what pronoun to use for you. I understood that you might want to be anonymous, so let me know what pronoun to use for you. Otherwise, I'm going to use they.
See ya, Doodle. Thanks for coming, even though it was briefly.
I'm going to be rigging something that's extremely stylized because the character is looking 3/4. So that's going to be part of the challenge and also the fun of it. He him? Yeah, I'll use he him for you. So yeah, what I'm doing right now is I'm just making everything on the correct layering. What I just did was I took the ID for the muzzle and then I put the freckles as a clipping. I put the muzzle as a clipping ID for the freckles, so that now that wherever the freckles move, they will only move. You can only see them within the muzzle. What type of creature is that? It's a fox. It's owned by Closet Fox, who's in the chat right now. What program do you normally draw in? I draw in Clip Studio. Thank you for asking. I don't think I know how to answer questions about stuff that is like super obvious to me. So if you have any questions, feel free.
Just a sec. Just gonna put us in stretch.
Welcome to the powerful group of furry VTubers made by Jesse. Yeah, there's like I want to say probably somewhere in the ballpark of 20 furry VTubers I've made. If you join my if you join my Discord, all of the people who've commissioned VTubers have their own what's it called, role in Discord. Thank you, Sleepy.
How many VTubers have you made that were not furries?
3. Wiper says it has 3 tails. He has 3 tails. Think of how fast he can go when he has the zoomies. It's adorable work. Great job. Thank you. I have to adjust these.
How many tails does Tails have?
2, right?
Yeah.
I think. 1 more than Tails.
Probably
Faster
fly
than
better
Tails,
than Tails. Yeah. But you can't fly as good as a Ninetales.
the Pokemon Ninetales might be the fastest.
Muse is here.
Yeah, I said hi.
Hello.
Next
but
thing
I did not.
What I'm gonna do is come into a texture atlas. Yeah, and then I'm going to chuck on the mesh generator, and I'll just edit some of these manually. tails probably need some editing. Oh, they actually look pretty good.
Muse, I don't know where you're from, but the word moose, M-U-S, is how you write mouse in Danish.
Yeah, it's like a good coincidence.
It's a little fun fact for you.
I'm adding extra like polys, like triangles into the mesh, so that it can deform better when I get up to deforming it.
I have a Danish friend who adores reminding me of this fact. Yeah, it's in every Danish person's nature to
remind you that Denmark is
a place that exists. Yeah, because Denmark is so insignificant that, and we think so highly of ourselves that we really have to remind people that we are the biggest deal in the world. The name Muse first came from the nickname Mouse, so it's all a circle. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah,
it's a cute name.
It's cute. Right. Let's see these. It's probably fine. Okay, so something that Closet specifically asked for in their character is to have their tail be able to wag. So that's going to be a animation that we can flip on to that. So that's going to be fun.
Hey, Nabil.
Oh, hey, welcome.
Nabil.
Nabil, it's so early, isn't it?
Excuse me, what's the time? I'm assuming you're in the same time zone as Denmark. I mean, Germany is big enough to have multiple time zones, isn't it? I'm actually not sure. Just chiming in to tell you that I might be going to the UK today.
Oh, okay.
That would be why you're up this
early. Enjoy England.
Why are you going to the UK?
Is it for family reasons?
Sleepy just said, I'm sorry for your loss. Yeah. Cringe land. What are you gonna do while you're there? Are you gonna eat vinegar chips?
Let's not focus too much on that joke because
That's no joke.
Yeah,
it's just they're pretty popular there. That's all it is.
Oh no, the joke that Sleepy said. Just because Johnny and I know something that has happened recently.
Yeah,
where,
I mean,
where it could have actually.
Look, the only reading I'm putting into that is that England is cringe.
Yeah, I know.
And I think that was the intention, and the only intention, and the only reading that should be seen.
Yeah.
And if you're from England, I'm sorry you're cringe.
Safe travels. Yeah, I hope you have a good time. I hope you enjoy eating some wet peas on some bread.
Some pea gravy.
The British cuisine. It would be, if you have enough time, I would like you to find the most disgusting food and take a picture of it, please.
Oh, yes, please.
All of my pee is wet. True.
Fucking hell.
Alright.
Oh, Sleepy. Hey, Sleepy, can you time yourself out real quick?
Alex. I should. Alright. We are going to be making some... So, behind my character's head is the deformer list. We're going to be making some deformers now. Apologies that you can't see everything because my character's head is in front of it. But basically I'm going to be... If anyone's ever done anything with like 2D rigging or 3D 3D rigging, I guess. It's just about putting the right body parts into the right parent. Like, putting the right children in the right parents in terms of, like, what part controls what. That was probably a very confusing sentence, but I'm no teacher. I usually name them by what they are and then what they do. This one's going to be a rotation because it's on. Whoops, I can move the rotation point up here. I turn off the bandana for this. Where are we at? Rotation point here, also. See how that moves? Pretty good. My only animation experience is 3D animation. So what I'm saying is that, like, this is not so much like animation, this is more like rigging, like where I don't know if you do animation and rigging, but rigging as in the part where you're setting up the model. And making sure the parent and children are in the right positions. So left and right arm, and then torso can have... The torso can be on this bandana on top, or bandana visibility. Actually, bandana top and bandana bottom can have the same visibility. This one can have a warp, bandana warp.
You're doing it. You're winning the video game.
Good job, Jay.
Everyone is cheering for you.
This one can also have a warp, so... bandana... back. Or not warp. Okay, so what I'm gonna do... I'm actually gonna chuck this bandana into the visibility. So that can just be one parameter instead of... That can be one deformer instead of two. Bandana visibility... Bandana back is on its own. That's not true. It should be in the warp. So now that when I warp this, it should warp the front and back of the bandana. Even though the layering is set with the neck. It's good. Not have its own warp as well. This is good. I've done some rigging, but it still looks like all the stuff that you have to the side of the controller is making. So it's just like, the reason why I want to make this, this stream, and most importantly this VOD, is so that the people who choose to look up live 2D tutorials, they can look up the tutorial and they can try to get, like, because people have made better tutorials than this. This is not a tutorial. You watch the tutorial, you try to follow along, you get kind of the gist of it, and then you can watch somebody like me make one and kind of do it slowly and talk about what I'm doing, sort of while I'm doing it, and then you get an idea of how that relates to your basic tutorial. Like, I'm not really step-by-step doing this, but like this is an intimidating looking program, but it doesn't really have to be. Like, the program itself just looks like the UI is really, really like scary. I don't know if that makes sense, but I would just like to have this video so that people can kind of look at it and get an idea of how to do the basics. I mean, I haven't even gone through the part, so this is like only the rigging part. There's also the drawing part, of course, you know, like, each body part is a separated thing on a PSD file. I'm going to put all of the tails within a tail position deformer. So now the tail position has its own deformer as well. So the deformers also act like groups or parents or whatever. So it's about layering the groups in the right way. I wonder how pixel art VTuber look. I tried... So some of the VTubers I've tried to do have been more... I think it depends what you want to do, because like, it is extremely difficult to use this program to make a pixel art VTuber that is actually... that falls into the actual pixel slots. If you want them to do that, I don't think this is the right program to do that. Because this program uses the equivalent of what 3D would call splines or tweens. Like, everything that moves will move exactly, you know, from point A to point B. It's not gonna... That's what gives it this kind of, like, semi-3D look. It's not gonna snap very easily. The snaps that I make in my rigs, like, for example, Skiff's hair flipping, it only really works if you do it, like, kind of, sparingly, I guess. Because it's very hard to control the parameters. I'm not saying it's impossible, I just think it would be a lot more effort than it needs to be. Like, at that stage, I'd rather just make it a 2D rig. A 2D, like, PNG tuber instead of a VTuber. I'm inserting little, like, rotation points within the eyebrow so I can make it do funny things. And I'm gonna make the eyebrows more. So now if I do this, it can wiggle. This one, it's gonna be more deformed. And 3 points of rotation, or anchors, or whatever you would call this. If you were doing 3D animation, this is like an IK, inverted kinetics, and a handle thing, where the two ends are anchored, and then the middle one you can move like a knee, for people who do 3D animation. I'm gonna do the same for the nose line. It'll also be what I would call like an IK handle situation. This one should also have the clipping ID of muzzle. So that when I move it outside of the muzzle, it shouldn't. Where's my muzzle here? I'm going to put all of the head into one deformer. Head position for breathing, so head position. And the torsos and breathe. I like the brush style here, thank you. It's like a little bit scrunchy. The tail doesn't need to move with breathing. Tail can move inside. Breathe, and then these ones are gonna go under body X. That's gonna go under body Y. And then it's gonna go under body Z, which is a rotation. Good. Save. I used to have a sound alert for saving, but I haven't converted it over to our stream. Hey Robin.
Hey Robin.
I told the people in the chat that you might be playing Overdin later. Alright, this stuff is going on.
And you may say to yourself, my God, get up, get moving.
Yeah. Robin, shout yourself out. Or Isla, shout Robin out. Ugh. Okay. Thank you, Isla. So Robin's gonna be playing Overdin later. Good video game. You could put on the soundtrack if you want. Did you want to switch it up?
Yeah, let's get in the mood.
It doesn't spoil the game, it just has really good vibes. So, Overdin soundtrack.
And we're playing it on shuffle.
I reckon play it off
Actually,
shuffle. Play it off
You
shuffle.
know what? We're not playing the Opera Din
Why?
soundtrack because Robin needs to experience it vanilla mode for the first time playing it.
But I just said it doesn't spoil the game.
It doesn't, but I don't want to rob that experience from them.
Can we just play the first song in the Overdin soundtrack? Just the first song?
I was just gonna put on Outer Wilds.
I want the first song in the Overdin soundtrack.
This is trailer music. So
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Okay. It's okay.
I mentioned how much I love the Talking Heads alerts. I don't think you have. Not very many. I find it surprising that we have a giant David Byrne come in and tell us to drink water, and almost nobody comments on it. People are just like, oh yeah, normal drink reminder. But I'm very happy about those.
But Jay, literally everything is something ridiculous and unique. So there's no time to talk about everything because then you have to talk about everything. But yeah, appreciate it.
I don't want to change it. I'm never gonna change it. The David Byrne sound alerts are staying forever. Yes, we played Golden Idol. We played that kind of recently, like maybe 2 or 3 months ago.
DLC as well.
And we played the DLC. Robin just linked the VOD channel. It's on the VOD channel. I've made it a little bit easier for the mods to link VODs and Discord, because now you can just type !VOD or !Discord for the mods.
I started it recently, scratched that Opera itch.
It
short.
Absolutely does. We said that as well when we were playing. We were like, oh my god, this gives... Oh, Sonic the Last, thank you for following. This gives the same vibes as Overdin, and that's like a compliment for both games. What am I? Oh yeah, I was gonna do head rotation. Yeah, it's like, it's such a fucking good, like both games are so fucking good.
And we came to the conclusion that Opera Din is the more polished version of that experience. But that is not to cut Golden Idol short in any way.
Golden Idol is more up my alley personally, but I like both of them very much. I think Opera Din has the slightly more refined theme.
Yeah.
But Golden Idol has such a fun... I love funny shit, and it has such fun art style, and the twist is so, like, powerful. And it has, like... It just, like, looks like something I think would be funny to draw and make. Like, it gives me that kind of vibe of, like, this is artists having fun, which I love. Like, that's the reason why I love Everhood so much as well. It's like, it gives me the vibe of the artist is having fun making this.
Yeah, they're getting really silly with it as well.
They're getting silly with it.
Where, obviously, writing Opera Din, I'm sure they also had a lot of fun with that, but it is such a, like...
It has an air of seriousness as well.
Proper story, Opera Din. With Golden Idol... I wouldn't call that a proper story.
It's kind of goofy silly.
You know what I mean?
It's very goofy silly.
But man, I love them both so much.
Hey, we got some new people in here. Slitherpunk is here. Hi, Autumn. And Sonic says, how are we doing on this fine day? Doing pretty well. It's just a weekend day for us. I mean, usually I wouldn't be working on the weekend, but I really wanted to get Closets VTuber done, the commissioner of this VTuber, and I also wanted to record making a VTuber so that, you know, people can watch at some point and get an idea of how they could maybe make a VTuber if they need a little bit of help.
And I'm just here.
David Byrne drops everything he's doing every time somebody redeems that to come on your stream.
It's very kind
It's
of him.
very kind of him. We can't thank him enough. You just remind me Everhood 2 is happening. Yeah, that's very soon. Very excited for that. I think that reconciliation and the fight it goes to is one of my favorite gaming moments. What's reconciliation? Is that the name of a level I'm forgetting?
Yeah, I'm not. It's not pinging me right now.
We're listening to...
It could be like the name of a level.
But it could be not that game. It could be a different game. It could be a Everhood that they're talking about.
Yeah.
It's a song from the final boss of Everhood. Oh yeah. That's such a good. I mean the thing that like had me the most impressed in Everhood was actually the first gnome fight.
Oh my god.
Just because not because
So
it's
good.
the best thing in the game, but because it hits you like a truck. Like
it's
every
the first
other
thing that hits you like a truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way.
Everything else in the game up until that point is extremely like, okay, I expected this. Okay, wow, the ATM machine is slightly 3D. That's kind of cool. And then like they hit you with the gnome fight, and it's like you know, the whole screen changes its dimensions. The whole like color palette changes. It introduces like 5 different like visual.
And the best part about that fight, it just keeps going. It goes for so long and like throws something new at you every second. You're like, oh my god, this is so much. But then it puts some more on you.
Yeah. ATM machine. That's right.
It's a perfectly designed, overwhelming
experience,
but in a really good way. Speaking of, Everhood's soundtrack is on Spotify as well.
Yeah. It's a bit manic, but you can put it on if you want.
For now, let's listen to this.
And then this is the
just talking about 3 of the best games ever in the span of like 5 minutes. Oprah did.
Why did I
Everhood,
draw that?
Outer Wilds. GoldenEye.
I don't know why I drew an extra line over here, but it's okay because nobody's ever going to see it.
Don't worry about it. Robin wrote ATM machine in quotes.
No, I said the wrong thing.
Idiot.
I might be crazy, but I don't hear any music.
I'm gonna crank it. Okay, this is also very quiet.
Outer Wilds has like atmospheric music. A lot of it's not. I'm gonna sneeze.
Sneeze.
I refuse.
Oh, you lied.
But I held on.
You lied. Skip that one. It's pretty quiet too. You know what? I'm putting on Everhood.
This position. Can you put on before you go to Everhood? You should put on the Timberhearth theme because it's cute.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Outer Wilds was great. Recently finished Tunic and it gave me a similar void. Aw.
It's Timberhearth. Yeah, we gotta play Tunic at some point.
We'll play Tunic eventually.
Tunic is very, very, very good. That's 3 varies.
That's so many varies. They must mean it. Dog?
Dog drink water.
Dog drink water sound. I had a very Outer Wilds-esque dream last night. Tell us about it. It might have become my favorite video game. Oh, that's nice to hear. The thing that I think will be the most difficult with this VTuber is probably like any furry VTuber that I get that has face patterns. Like You see where the white and black connect? Getting that to line up all the time is going to be one of the hardest things for this VTuber. Position. It's a thing that happens with every furry VTuber that has face patterns for me. Making sure that the parts that happen right next to the eye or the nose line up. It's not your fault, Closet. It's just a given with most furries. Basically, there was some sort of new endurance sport for some reason, and I was the forefront of the sport. Drifting off into space and reaching planets. You could launch yourself from jumping off whatever rock you're on, and you could only be in your spacesuit and make minor adjustments. I was able to get to Mars and its moons were very scary for some reason. Like they were angry at me and had lava. That's very vivid.
Also giving me Mario Galaxy vibes.
Right, position. Left L. Up. Left L position. Angry, busy. Control browse busy.
Alright. Now it's Everhood time.
Okay. You can turn that one, yeah.
Let's find that song. What's it called again?
I'll scroll up in the chat. Reconciliation? It might be near the bottom because it's the final boss. There's so much music in this game. Reconciliation.
Oh, there.
That's the next song that we'll play.
That'll be the next one.
Skull Warp, I guess?
God, Everhood has so much music.
So that is, and then people...
I mean, sure, a lot of these are only like a minute and something long, but damn.
Alright. IL busy. Then people... Oh, actually, we'll do it by action. Size would be on that. Mario Galaxy vibes. Fuck it. Mario Galaxy vibes. Fuck, dog. It's like the big orchestra hurrah that gets you excited for adventure, but I really love the quiet and empty parts with melancholy tracks, like you can feel the emptiness space as you explore level. To be fair, you can say that about Undertale too, short loops. Flapish liking a Mario game? Shocking. Alright, so I have more or less grouped everything that I need to do within the deformers that I have. I am going to be making folders for the parameters next. Just organizing this a little bit better. Oops, what the...
What's like a joke from Everhood you really like?
I like a lot of the jokes from Everhood, but I can't like remember a lot of them off the top of the head. I think one of my favorite jokes from Everhood is when you meet the green wizard for the first time, and then it's like they say something like, "Oh no, I've lost my eyeball. Please help me!" And then you help them find their eyeball, and like, "Yes, now I can finally fucking kill you." And they just like start a fight with you.
I like the skeletons, how they just like shout.
Oh yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
they're
Rob
like...
and Zob, they're really funny when they're just like their voice sound is really good.
It's not even what they're saying that's the funniest part. It is how they say it. With
and
the voice.
I like their fight
so
when they're together. I like their fight when they're together, and they have like two songs that play, and depending on who you hit last, they change their song, so it gets really confusing.
Yeah. Muse, I fucking agree. I think the extremely intense card minigame music is absolutely hilarious. The first time you inside, yes, that might actually be my favorite bit from Everhood. Do you remember what that song is called? Because it goes so
It's like
hard.
Vampires in the Night, something like that.
It's Vampire something. I'll find it. It's so fucking funny.
It's in the first section of the album.
Yeah, Vampires Invading Heaven. Let's cue that.
Let's cue that.
That's my favorite.
It's
like, I remember when we played it, and the first time, it is so hype, and you don't expect what to get, and then it's like one of those.
You got to appreciate the range of the musicians in this.
God,
there's only like 3 musicians that worked on that game, but they all kind of sound like they could be the same musician. They all have a very strong sense of direction for their music. Like, all of the music fits together really well, but they also have such specific genres in certain cases.
Okay, so now the person you blocked is actually coming back with a different account. We literally told you...
Alright, mods, take care of this.
We literally told you... I'm just gonna say this because I'm guessing you're gonna do this again. We literally told you we are not Rock Band streamers. We're not gonna give you a specific date for when we're doing it. It's a thing we do when we want to, and when we have the time to do it. We don't always have the time to do that. Read the rules if you want to communicate with us, but it's too late now because you've broken it too many times. Like, we are not Rock Band streamers. It is something we do when we have the patience and the time for it. And please stop demanding us to do it, because then we are not gonna do it. It takes out the fun of it.
They're not here anymore. Isla banned them.
When you're banned, are you not allowed to watch the stream?
No, you can't.
Either? Okay.
You got kicked. Thanks, Isla.
Well.
I don't really think there's any point in talking to that guy. I really don't. Thank you, mods. Thank you very much. I have personally tried to talk to this guy several times before he started invading our streams. So, I really don't think there's any point in talking to this guy. When we see him, we're banning him every time. No need to bring it up. No need to make a big scene.
I'm just annoyed because...
Yeah, but this is because this is your second experience with him. This is like my 7th probably.
I know, but the reason why I'm annoyed is because I want people to learn and change their behavior for the better.
Yeah, but it's not my Twitch stream that is going to be there.
Yeah, and
it's not our responsibility.
I know it's not your responsibility, but that's why I'm annoyed with it, because I want people to improve.
Yeah, I know.
That is just how I am. I know how you are. But obviously I can tell they're not even listening or paying attention to what they're reading.
Also it just makes the mood really shit for the stream, so I don't really want to pay attention. I don't want to give them too much.
Yeah.
Reported to Twitch, don't create old accounts for avoid bans. Yeah, you're not allowed to really do that. That's really shitty for people. Like, even if you make a new account, don't use it to harass the people that have told you to go away.
What's there's a name for that?
It's ban avoidance? Yeah. No,
like
Isla reported them for that. So
yeah, but I was just looking for the term for it.
Yeah. Say what you will about the memorability of galaxies. Many ideas make them not make a big impression, but I really appreciate Galaxy's emotional weight in comparison to most other Mario.
Oh my god!
Jesus, that scared the shit out of me.
Uh,
Part at the end of the universe collapsing and swarms of Lumas throwing themselves into the supermassive black hole genuinely gets me. Fan evasion, yeah. Thanks everybody though. Hi, maybe.
Context Sleepy, the person that kept asking about Rock Band streams, came back with a ban of
I've made like I made a post to the mods.
But listen to this music though.
You can chuck it up a bit if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, Isla on the quick draw. Thank you. I'm making parameters right now for the physics, so...
And hey, maybe.
Here's physics, we got... What I do is physics X and Y, because I think that this character looks like he has big floppy ears to me, so it's gonna be cute. Hair move front, I will also do X and Y. Replicate. The hair move side doesn't have to be as extreme because it's kind of short, I think, for these ones. The bandana knot's gonna move up and down, the ears physics gonna move, the tail's gonna move, so let me make a new tails physics. Maybe tail. Okay. Replicate that one and do tail Y. I'm a little busy, I'm gonna look. All good. Thank you for coming by. Happy non-binary week, everybody!
Yippee.
Yippee! Is this the song that plays when you get cursed in the flower keeper shop? I don't remember. I read that wrong. Isn't the song that plays when you get cursed the flower shop keeper song? Yes. When we get cursed by the wizard, that is the flower keeper's boss song.
Yeah, that one's really fun. Flower shop. Is that the one?
No, flower shop is the name of the regular shop.
The actual shop.
It's called Feisty Flower or something.
See if I can find it. Forgot about that.
Alright, I'm also going to be making some toggles, so...
Feisty flowers. Alright, adding that to the queue.
Hey Gunnar, welcome to the stream!
Hey Gunnar.
I wonder if I can try to shout out Gunnar with my funny thing. Because I've been having trouble. Here we go. Gunnar is the first person that ever commissioned me for a VTuber.
What a gamer.
When you have both flatbread and risen, now that's non-binary. That's funny. A win for rodents. For the first VTuber I ever got to make for somebody was a rat VTuber. We love to see it. This song owns. Common rat win. This is one of my faves in the soundtrack also. Yeah,
It's so good.
It is, it's so good. Alright, let's start actually making the VTuber. Let's start making the move. Oh my god. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna combine two of the tails. Or maybe I can combine all of the tails. Oh no, I could combine two of the tails. I think that would be good. Yes. Rats are buds. Rats are buds. Rats are funny. Alright, let's start making the two bar move. Body Z. That's the sideways movements. Ooh. Put this in here. Change this one to just head position. And then I'll use that to make the head look like it's even lower. This tuber looks so amazing and cute. Thank you so much, Gunnar. So sweet to me. Ooh.
Just opened a tab on my browser by doing that. Oh.
Being non-binary is the way I get bred. This reminds me that there's a Beat Saber map for this song, but it doesn't have the second half, and it makes me so sad that it just cuts off. Aww. Hehe, Michael Jackson is back and will never leave. What? Welcome to the stream, though, 2Link. I don't know what you're talking about, but welcome. Okay, I think I've encountered a problem here. This parameter is too far over. It should just be this part. I think that the tail is inside it, which might be why. Let's see what happens. It's also too high up. So this one should be like way lower. I want to just move the torso really. This song goes so crazy.
Yeah. Oh, it's the death fight. That one's fun. And fucking hard.
Wee. I don't like that the tail is inside of it, actually. I'm just... Yeah, that's better. The tail can move on its own here. Or the tails, I should say. Implying more of a twist in the body. I'm gonna make a death fight in a game one day. Yeah, that's fun. Breathe. Body breathe. So the breathing is like the idle animation that kind of as well. This one needs a breathe, I think. Like a rotation, maybe? Very slightly or something, it just looks like it's too still. Yeah, that's better. Alright, body done. The hardest part about any of the 3/4 facing furry VTubers? The muzzle. I wonder if I should do the mouth first and keep it closed for this. Maybe I should do the mouth first and keep it closed to do the head. Didn't I give this one dots? I did. Okay. If I were a dev of one and wanted to add myself to a fight, it'd be a shopkeeper that is an easy fight, but when you leave and come back I'm fine. And there would be a secret room in the shop where each of my corpses go after each fight. That would be funny.
And you might ask yourself, have I have water? Well,
You got it.
Thanks for the reminder. It's kind of cute. Let me see what that looks like without. I don't like that the right side moves so much. Here. A little bit of jaw that's sticking out here. If I were immortal, I'd think I'd like to be some sort of silly trickster deity. No real goals, just silly. That's a good idea. Why do you have to be immortal to be that? I wonder if I can get these a little.
Think about that. It could also be silly in a way that doesn't have the theme of death all the time.
What's happening here? Sure. Okay.
Oh, this one's good.
You could fake your own death. Trickster behavior right there.
When does this music play again?
When does this? When does this music?
I know it by heart, but I just can't remember what this is.
This might be my favorite song in the game.
It's so good.
I just can't remember where it's from. So we only played it through once.
Am I not silly? Do I not jest? So all I'm hearing you say, Sleepy, is you would love to be immortal so you can add dying jokes into your vocabulary of jokes. Am I reading you right?
Is this some kind of... I think this is the death fight. Is this not the death fight music?
No, we just listened to that. This is not the death fight.
Is this the cat? I think this is the cat god fight.
I don't think it is.
Alright. If Muse or Slither is still here, we might remember who did this. I think this is the cat, the giant cat head.
Hey Muse, this song. What fight is this from? Maybe it is. What's the name? It's pretty long. Souvenir de la Boum avec Sophie Marquiau. I think it's French.
I'm pretty sure this is the cat fight. Like the giant cat head.
Twitch gave me a warning. Are you guys drawing boobs?
Yeah.
I think we have like mature content or something on.
We just
by
have it
default,
by default in case we say something that we get in trouble for.
So every now and then there'll be a pee or poo joke, and then the Twitch mods will be like, oh, can't have that here.
Not the mods.
No, the mods of Twitch.
Vampire song again.
Hell yeah.
Don't tell Mario. We're gonna do it with the mouth closed. Alright, let's do it. We're doing the Y. So
Really bad song.
oh yeah, really bad song.
Samantha's here.
Hey Samantha, welcome to the stream. Wee-oo. I don't like how that nose got really... The nose... The nose. Oh, the nose. That should be outside of the... We're gonna go here, we're gonna put the nose outside of that.
Another great Everhood joke, the entire goddamn tabletop game you play. Yeah, I love that.
Absolutely.
Is it in that section where, but I can't remember what that character's called, but like that, like, big, white, tough guy, and there's like just a frame of you walking with him towards like the castle or something, but you're holding hands on the way there.
Yeah, it's funny.
I love that, and it's
So
such a
cute.
like throwaway whatever joke that's just there, but it's just so good. You're just holding hands on your way there. This is kind of penis. Super Tennis 2 by Smega. Sprunkle.
Splangle. Oh, what the hell is this? The mouth? I think that might be the mouth. That complicates things.
Robin says, by the way, I was lucky to win a Pride at Play catalog, so there's a lot more queer games on my radar now. Nice.
Oh, sweet. That's really cool. That looks better. No, the face.
That was just called evil laughter. Well, gnomes?
I love gnomes.
You want them?
VTuber says yes.
Ranking it a bit.
Song June by NPC KC. What's that about?
I'll Google that.
I love the ping pong part, it's so funny.
And it's so snappy. I love it. It's just there, then it's gone. It looks like a visual novel that also has something to do with food.
Oh, I've seen this before. Oh, it looks so pretty. Tongyun. Oh, it's it means like soup. I don't know, dumplings, balls.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's so cute. It's a chat about cooking and culture. Players Polly Chan, a Chinese American whose only knowledge of Chinese comes from speaking with her mom at home, and Saturday school lessons she didn't really pay attention to, help her make tongyun to celebrate the Lantern Festival evening, even though she doesn't know how to write tongyun in Chinese. Very, very sweet, very relatable. I know it was tongyun, soup rice balls. Yeah, tongyun is Cantonese.
Do you know how to write in Cantonese?
No, I don't know how to write. Huh?
Or read Cantonese?
Well, Cantonese and Mandarin are the same language to read and write.
Oh, okay. I thought it would be slightly different.
Well, it's like,
writing.
it's dialect. So the writing is different in the same way that if an Australian said something extremely Australian, that is hard to read for, like, an American.
Yeah, but I mean, I kind of separate Mandarin and Cantonese as separate languages, because you can't just speak Cantonese to
No, because they're dialects.
speaker. Yeah, but like, we also have dialects in Danish, but you can absolutely talk across.
Yeah, but it's
not
it's dialects with such extreme differences that it is almost unintelligible.
Yeah.
I think it's probably closer to an American or like an Australian or someone trying to understand very northern Scottish people speaking English.
But isn't Cantonese writing like the old Chinese writing, and then Mandarin right now simplified writing?
So Mandarin is the mainland China's like official script, and they try to use simplified. So in terms of like, what's it called when you make things the same, standardization. Simplified Chinese is the standard Chinese. Traditional Chinese is the same characters with slightly different brushstrokes. If you know Chinese, you probably understand both pretty like well. Like if you understand the writing of it, traditional Chinese in terms of script is more easy to read for some people, even though it looks more complicated because it is more specific in its strokes. So if you see a character that you might not actually like know what that means, you might still be able to read it and then figure out what it means because it uses that structure that my mom taught us about, where one side of it is the radical that implies the meaning and one side of the radical implies the pronunciation. That is true of almost all Chinese, but especially traditional Chinese, because traditional is unchanged. Simplified is simplified, sort of. Cantonese is not a different language to Mandarin. It is the same language. If you wrote a sentence directly from spoken Mandarin, you can say it in Cantonese, it just won't make as much sense. It's kind of like you can write the words of an academic text on a piece of paper, but if everybody spoke to you the way that you speak an academic text, you would be very hard to understand somebody, because that's a different like style of writing. Does that make sense? Robin has said, Chinese is the same script. I think it's also our script is pictorial with no set alphabet or Latin characters. That came with Cultural Revolution to try to improve the country's literacy. Less strokes equals easier. Well, that's what I've been taught. I think that's true. They thought that simplified Chinese, which is very, very recent, I think that probably came about in the 80s or 60s or something. Simplified Chinese is extremely recent. But it's also, to some, less logical. It's kind of like how... it's not like that at all, but it's like, to some it's less logical because traditional is the thing that that Robin was saying, where the script is pictorial, and usually what happens is one side of the character, the radical, implies the meaning, and the other side implies the pronunciation. So if you see anything that's relevant to water, can you bring up that Tongyun game again? Let's see if there's anything we recognize. Go up. So, can you send that itch page into the chat for people if people are interested in the game? So, you see how that first character... Can you put this on the stream or not?
I don't want to.
I'll look it up. Actually, I had it here. So, let me try to explain. See ya, Muse. Have a good one. So you see this character here? The left side of it, that is the water radical. It just implies water or liquid. So this part implies meaning. This part implies pronunciation. And also slightly meaning. It's actually a combination of two smaller radicals. So there's that radical, that radical. So this part implies that the word has something to do with water. Which it does, because it means soup. The first character means soup, Tong. So this part of it implies what it is, or like what it could be, and then this part of it implies the pronunciation. And that's kind of how most Chinese characters are put together. So even if you don't know what the character means, you can kind of draw some meaning out of it if you know most of the radicals.
If I remember right, and I probably don't, the like square on the second one.
Yeah.
Isn't it like... Huh?
Mouth.
Mouth.
So the mouth, this radical, the square is a mouth.
Then I didn't remember right.
The square implies
You didn't even
mouth.
let me finish.
Oh, but
yeah, okay.
this makes sense. Like yun is the dumpling, the thing that you eat.
Of course it makes sense.
You eat with your mouth. So
I'm not trying to debate the symbol. I just remembered it like something else. But yeah.
But that's the point of the radicals in Chinese.
Yeah.
You can sort of imply meaning. So even though I can't read Chinese, just by learning the radicals, you can kind of imply meaning onto certain characters,
Anyway,
which is kind of cool.
I just asked because this seems like a good game for you.
Yeah, I want to play it.
Because
cool.
you have an upbringing that seems quite relatable. Like,
Yeah.
you can speak Cantonese, but you
Yeah.
can't read it.
No, I can't. It's
Can't
true.
write it, but you know enough, like, Cantonese and I guess Mandarin in that sense that you can kind of make out some of the symbols. But again, you need context to make sense of it.
Yeah, it's also extremely difficult to like just, especially because Mandarin is the most spoken Chinese like dialect. So oftentimes when I do meet Chinese random people in like the shops and stuff, they'll like, for example, there was an Asian grocer next to us that just opened, and I was trying to describe these pickled. It's like these pickles that I used to have on rice, and I was asking them if they stuck it.
Grab water. Oh, wrong button.
So I was trying to describe these Chinese cabbage pickled in soy sauce that I used to have, which my grandma always just called ham choy, which is not necessarily what they're actually called. So I tried to describe that to the lady that owns the shop, but she was like asking me in Mandarin, like, oh, you mean like this and this, like in Mandarin, and I was like, I don't know what these words are because I've never heard those specific words before, like the words for like pickled cabbage in Mandarin, because my family's Cantonese.
I'm being reminded of you used to own guinea pigs.
Yeah.
And there are certain kinds of greens guinea pigs cannot eat. Lettuce or something like that. But for Cantonese, there was only one word for like all those kind of greens.
Well,
so
your
grandma would give you the wrong kind of greens that you could not feed.
There's a general word. There's a general word for all the greens. It just means vegetables, really.
Yeah.
Choy. Like bok choy. The same choy from bok choy. It just means like green vegetable, basically. But yeah, she would get that word confused a lot. And that makes a lot of sense, right? Because like...
Of course it makes sense.
That looks funny. It's the same with like... we were talking about the Chinese zodiacs in the Discord the other day. It's also like that, because in Chinese there is one character, one like symbol that sort of means goat, ram, and sheep. So like different interpretations of whether it's a goat, ram, or sheep in the Chinese zodiac are all kind of technically accurate, because the word comes from the same word. It's just Yong. Yong is like, it can mean goat, ram, or sheep, so it doesn't really matter which one you want to identify with. Very different language, but I find it easier to read French than to speak or write it. Yeah, I think I have it like that with German. Yeah, because German shares a lot of similarities to Danish in terms of...
Well, it's also because I actually had German in school, but I didn't pay enough attention to it. But now, whenever I see German texts, I'm like trying to relate it to whatever knowledge I have of German and what it might relate to in Danish. But pronouncing it or understanding what someone is saying out loud, that's going to be completely different. But I mean, that's also like, you can take your time with text.
Yeah, exactly.
You cannot take your time with a word someone just said out loud.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, I feel like that also just makes sense in that.
It does make sense. The only other language stuff I got from my family is Italian-American insults. I did French all the way through school. Oh yeah, because you're Canadian. I don't know if all Canadians have to learn French, but I imagine that it's very useful to learn French.
Or at least very common.
Or common.
Including French immersion for 2 years. I don't know what that means.
Me neither.
So they just like say, for the next 2 years you gotta live in the French part of Canada. Or something like that.
People have said the reason the cat is present in the zodiac in Vietnamese culture is because the translation error for the words for both earthly, rabbit, and cat sound similar between languages, but obviously still valid. That's really cool. I like that. I think we do have to learn it as our official second language. Oh, okay. Type so much the stream chat cuts me off. I love this is the assistant music.
Mm-hmm.
The Brown Wizard's assistant. It's just the...
Yeah, we both have a shift on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
This music is very silly.
Oh. French immersion is...
Regular... Like. It's clearly a typo.
Like regular school, but it did most subjects in French also. So like for grades 7 and 8, I did my science, math, and social studies in French.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
That's kind of cool.
And that...
I mean, that'll help you learn a language really fast,
because
I
it
imagine.
gives it context. That's actually probably incredibly effective. But probably also very hard.
Yeah, I bet.
This music is a little bit Digimon.
Is it?
Just like the theme song. Like not the sound, but just like the like it just reminded me of the Digimon theme. I can't remember how it goes right now. And the pacing of that song. I'm not gonna sing it because I don't know what the Digimon theme sounds like in English.
You should sing it in Danish.
Ah, the song ended. Like, never mind.
This one's scary. Sounds a bit scary.
The Abyss.
That note, that snout is a bit...
Just gonna skip it, because from memory that's just background sounds. Murderous anger. That's also scary.
Also scary. Records? I know some Spanish because I took it as much as I could in high school. I can survive, but I'm far from fluent. I have elementary level fluency. Yeah, that's fair. I would say I have probably elemental elementary level fluency in Danish. Like, I can probably communicate with a child.
you can shoot your fireball spells in Danish if you wanted to.
Yeah. Elemental Danish. That's only ice attacks. Ice and water attacks. Danish.
You
Danish
know a little
is,
bit of Norse magic.
It's only a hydrophysis. Just a Danish warlock. That sounds so sad. I don't want to be called a Danish warlock.
Danish warlock.
That sounds like the least powerful kind of warlock.
And you know what? And you know what else? They're probably racist.
Yeah, I don't want to be racist. If being racist is wrong, I don't want to be racist. Look at this.
That's good.
Okay, so we are going to be making them look into the corners now. So I've done the up and down, I've done the left and right. Now we have to make them look into the corners. This is, I know I've been distracted by chat a little bit, but this is easily the hardest part of making a VTuber with a snout.
Homework is finished.
Congrats! Good job on the homework.
Respect!
Oh! True. Okay, now we're gonna make these. The ears have to move closer. This one further out. The hair has to move this way. The turn tuft on the cheek has to move. I wish language education was better in America. It's actually, I don't feel like it's very good here either. In a lot of places where one language is kind of like the official language, there's not like two official languages or whatever, the language education is not that good. This music is very weird. Nose movement. Oh, the nose should be in front of the eyes. There we go.
And it said, classic Aussie schools be surrounded by such a variety of countries plus cultures and choose to offer French for some reason.
Yeah, I know.
My schools were similar, but started to have more variety soon later on, thankfully. I mean, I think why French is offered is because it is one of the bigger languages in the among the Western countries. And I wouldn't be surprised why Western countries would prioritize other, quote, Western languages for business reasons and such.
Oh, if they want to
Also-
prioritize for business reasons, they should be teaching Mandarin.
Yeah, and Chinese, yeah, Mandarin, absolutely. And they do.
They do, but
They do. But, I mean, also, I think it's historical and generational. Like,
yeah.
French people are infamously known for not being that good at English, but that's probably already changed quite a lot now because of just how internet has changed everything. Same with German. And I mean, I know the school that you went to, Isla, and Jesse has had significant resources, I would say.
Yeah.
I literally went to a school that fell under the category of Lille Skole, which is a small school.
Lille Skole.
The whole school had like 120 students when I ended. Normally schools in Denmark, and also I live rurally, normally schools in Denmark would offer German or French. We didn't get an option. We only got German. And that's obviously because Germany is a big country in Europe. They don't speak English, but primarily. And it's the closest country to Denmark. And followed by, I guess, either France or Spain or Italy after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't learn Swedish or Norwegian in Denmark.
You can kind of already communicate, I guess.
Yeah, if you're Danish, most Danes, a lot of Danes can already pick up on Swedish and Norwegian. I can't.
Yeah.
Because I'm dumb. But I mean, context matters. I get why French is required here, official language and all. But I had like no other language options except German, I think. Yeah, I guess it's similar to my experience.
What country was that? Who was that?
Sleepy.
Why is German available in Canada?
No, Sleepy said they had no other option available. Oh, except for German. I think it's for the same reason. German and French are the big European languages.
I would have thought Spanish, though.
Followed by Spanish and Italian.
No, because, like...
Followed by.
I know, but I'm just saying, because...
Context.
Yeah, I'm talking about context.
Power.
You haven't let me finish my sentence yet.
Okay.
Sleepy is in the North American continent, where the rest of that continent is full of Spanish and Latin speakers.
Okay.
Is it not? Doesn't
think
that make
of it
sense,
like this.
though?
Think of it like this. I think that's true.
And also, French is a romantic language, like Latin, so it'd be easier to learn Spanish and French together.
You're missing the whole power.
Hi, Rosa.
Part of language, and again, just the West holding hands with the West.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Spanish not Western,
and they are, but they are Mediterranean. Like, I think that is...
yeah, they're second... they're second class. They're second class.
Like, literally,
White
like,
people.
that's what I mean by the power part. Like, if you only look at language as a completely objective binary system, and it's just a matter of population, then sure, it would make sense. But no, we live in a society, guys. It's power.
French has nothing on Chinese with romance. French is a cursed language. Hello, Rosa. I think I saw your comment earlier, but I didn't say hi.
I heard...
You should be waving hi to people, I think.
Okay, here you go. Hello.
Hello.
Robin said a while ago, I heard the year after I left, they started offering Japanese, which was not much better, to be honest, in my opinion. The cultural disconnect. Yeah, I mean, I think... Japanese
is like...
I think that's also just because a lot of people are interested in Japanese, and it's actually requested by students.
It is, but it's also like, I can see why that's really annoying, because Japan does not have as big of a commercial, like... I mean, it does have commercial, but Japan is like such a westernized Asian country. It's just kind of like... It doesn't feel fair that so many Asian languages do not get recognition, but Japanese gets to be like, kind of like... They get, like, I'm not gonna get too into this, but it feels...
It's the place and versus place Japan meme.
Yes, exactly. It's the Soy Jacks meme, where it's like, so many people are like, fucking, you know...
That's what I mean by power.
People have like such a... awful stereotypes about Asian countries, especially South Asian countries. And then, like, Japan does the exact same thing, and because the media portrays them in a certain way in the West, it's like, I don't know, it's not necessarily Japan's fault, necessarily. It's the West is just enamored with Japan in a way that makes it feel unfair when the same Westerner is completely disgusting towards a South Asian country, which might do the exact same thing, or like something similar.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just, it doesn't feel fair.
How media, and especially how the West, and especially America, talk about China is a part of why that's not being seen or respected as much.
You remember the video of the really like massive hotel that got renovated?
Oh my God.
The renovated hotel, like it used to be a luxury hotel, and then they renovated it to be apartments in China, and it was getting a viral video where people were like sharing, right-wing people, conservatives were sharing it, being like, the gulags in China where people have to live like close together in like pig pens, and it's just like a luxury fucking hotel that's been renovated.
They renovated luxury apartments to accessible apartments. I was like, that's fucking cool.
If you saw
the gulag of China,
if you saw the same, if the caption said Singapore, people would be like, oh my God, I want to go there. I want to see the cool treetop apartment.
And there's so many comments we have to read. But I want to point out what Isla wrote. We are going through these comments too slowly, sorry. Jesse. My primary school taught Bahasa Indonesian, which makes more sense locally. And apparently Mandarin is more common for some kids nowadays, which is nice to see. And I think that is because China is being started to be seen as actually a really good and realistic business partner now. Like, I think that is because the older generations have that, like, oh, China, oh, scary, the gulag of China.
The gulag.
But like young people now don't see that and are probably more likely to be like, yeah, I think I want to learn Chinese because that's actually a useful language to know. Because, you know, there's a lot of Chinese people here in Australia, for example. And
around the world, really.
Yeah, of course. But I'm just talking about my experience here coming from Denmark, where you don't really...
Yeah.
But, like, I remember being in situations talking to someone in a bank in Canberra where I was like, yeah, if I actually knew how to speak Chinese now, I could help this old woman.
Yeah. I've actually been approached several times by Chinese, old elderly Chinese people who think I can speak Mandarin, and unfortunately I can't.
And you may ask yourself, have I have water?
And it's like,
well,
it's just sad because it's like, I want to be able to help them, and I should be able to help them to some degree.
What's the shortcut for zooming in? There we go. You tapped it while I was in here, so I missed that. So, I mean, yeah, like, China is a big business partner, but it is also changing slowly. So if we're comparing what the standards of 20 years ago is to now, like, that's why it's all different.
This music is too manic.
Okay. Italy, I've never seen Spanish class here, you'd think, but yeah, that's Levy. I don't think Spanish class was... I've never seen that in Denmark either.
That's interesting.
I mean... No, not in high school either, I really don't think. Or maybe there was a small Spanish class available, I really don't know. Languages power, see suppression of Welsh, Gaelic, Scots, etc. And domination of English. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, absolutely.
Remember that you could consider it part of the power play that these languages are available and others aren't. But that can also be a little bit paranoid reading.
Well, it's like, I don't think it's intentional. I think
that's what I mean.
It's unintentional there is so there are histories of cultural genocide that is intended.
Yes.
Like, for example, in Australia, Aboriginal languages are dying, and that happened intentionally when Aboriginal children were stolen from their parents and brought up in white families to specifically erase their culture. That is intentional cultural genocide. Unintentional cultural genocide is also real.
Yeah.
I think that arguably what Robin was saying before, whether they mean it or not, the China's People Party trying to erase other dialects of Chinese besides Mandarin, I think that is cultural genocide. And I think it's intentional, but I don't know if it has to be for it to still give the same emotion towards you.
You can stumble down the path and rip your pants and fucking lose your pants and pee your pants and kill millions on the way. Like, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that partially it's just kind of bad. Like,
but that probably is intentional.
Yeah, I do think that it's slightly intentional. And I don't really understand why, because Chinese is such a rich language that I feel like getting rid of parts of it kind of makes your culture look worse.
Yeah, but again, you're forgetting to look through it with the power lens. It's not about what other people think of your country, it's your own power and how you want to hold on to that.
Yeah.
And not give away your power. That is two different domains. Sleepy said also, if you're French Canadian and speak that dialect in like France or Europe, you'd be laughed at. And yes, that's because Europeans are shit.
Europeans are so fucking rude.
It's like, I feel bad for anyone in Denmark who tries to speak Danish and learn Danish because people will still point out every dialect you have. You can never win in Denmark as a migrant or as someone who has learned Danish, especially not if it's as an adult.
Europeans are very snobby about their pronunciation and language in general, of course, but
people like that with Hong Kong's concrete jungle. Yeah. Wonder what that was about. Was that about
Could that have been about the cool apartment in
China? Yeah, like Place Japan?
Yeah. Hey Nick, welcome.
Hello Nick.
Rather a serious topic to walk into. Yeah, well, it's not, we're not trying to take it that seriously. We're just talking about language and how it's cool to have lots of languages, and it's kind of shitty that some languages are being kind of like, I don't know, pushed out. In the case of Chinese, Robin and I were talking about how the government in China is trying to erase the unofficial, quote-unquote, unofficial dialects of Chinese, so that Mandarin is the only style of Chinese for standardization. But it's,
Robin also said they've been vandalizing Buddhist temples and such.
Jesus, dude, what? It's cool a lot of historical stuff that has been erased is making a comeback, yeah. I think, I don't know very much about it, but New Zealand has, like, the native people in New Zealand, the Polynesians, have, like, some level of... a level of, like, indigenous rights that is a little better than most other countries that have an indigenous population. I think that they actually did reparations in New Zealand. Like, they actually literally paid the families of a lot of the indigenous people in New Zealand at a certain point. Whether or not you can buy back the pain caused by genocide is not up for us to decide, but it's like, it's a step in the right direction compared to not acknowledging it at all, or just saying sorry. But anyway, there are lots of programs within New Zealand where the Maori people have tried to re-teach their language to other Maori people, but also, people who are interested in learning the Maori languages as well. English with the Gaelic country seems 100% intentional. They forced laws in Welsh Parliament to make it in English so that any Welsh rural folk wouldn't be able to participate in civil government. Yeah, I agree. I think the English with, you know, Scotland, Ireland, like Wales, and all those, like, kind of, I think that's fully intentional. Thankfully, there's cultural reclamation movement at the moment to get Welsh back into schools. Yeah, that's nice. I'm happy to hear that. I think it's cool that a lot of historical stuff has been... I read that one already. New Zealand seems to be on positive track. I think, like... I will say that, compared to other colonized lands, such as Australia, or the US, or Canada, New Zealand is on a better track than them. I know that there are lots of indigenous people who we don't have the right to talk... who we don't have the right to talk over, do not think that their government is doing enough. But I would say that what they are doing is way better than a lot of other, like, colonized places are doing. Yeah. I heard that Finland and Lithuania, there's been a revival of pagan faiths. Yeah, I think Lasso was talking about paganism the other day as well. Like, I mean, it's just good when cultures get to be restored. Lost cultures get to be restored. New Zealand's doing well compared to others. Okay, this one I need to do. I don't think did I do this one? I did do this one. I haven't done this one yet. Alright. Canada only just gave reparations in response to the residential schools. I don't remember remember hearing that Australia has done reparations at all, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't think we stand well in that regard.
You could say at least the upcoming referendum is
it's a step in the right direction,
because it is literally to give
voice to
Aboriginals not just a voice, but actually a little bit of extra power in political dynamics.
Political voice. Yeah,
and I think that's an incredibly good idea, because it is literally providing them with a little bit of extra power.
I might be wrong, but I don't think you're supposed to say Aboriginals like
I mean, yeah, Aboriginal people.
Yeah.
And Torres Strait Islander.
Yeah.
I knew that, yeah. Sorry.
Muscle work. I will work for muscle, actually.
I don't know how the voice is going to go, to be honest. I need to be reading up more on this.
I'm really worried because so many racists are so loud about it.
Well,
like, way too loud about it.
My impression is, honestly, I think it's gonna win.
I think so as well.
And what I have seen, and sure, I am looking for work in social research kind of fields and such, and read books and whatnot, but professional organizations are vocal about wanting a yes vote. Mm-hmm. Like in their policy and their news stuff. Like anyone who has any level of like understandings of how systems work, like are aware that this is a good thing. But obviously there is that loud minority racist people who scream and shout on Facebook, and those organizations that benefit from those people are loud and putting a lot of money into advertisements. But realistically speaking, this is like the vote for like gay marriage to me. Like, it is gonna be it should be such a popular issue. It should be. Yeah. I would be surprised if it's a no.
Me too. I would be so surprised if it was a no.
But the problem is those people do exist, and we will continuously have to coexist with racist people in Australia. That's the frustrating part. But they are still a minority. But they are fucking loud.
Yeah.
God damn.
I guess the part that like worries me is more actually the chance that people have to be racist out loud is not invited, but this is an opportunity for people to just be vitriol and disgusting when it happens.
Yeah.
Even if they don't win, which I don't think they will. It's like, oh, time to cause a little controversy
Yeah.
for your Steven Crowder types, you know. What the hell happened to the snoot here?
But also what's good about this vote is it's literally a yes versus no vote. It's not a, are you a liberal vote? Because like, but even then in Australia, liberals are bleeding right now because, like people are starting to realize, hey, you can have liberal values without voting for the liberals. Like with Teals and such. That's a good development, even though I still think liberals are not going the full mile here. It's a good development.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's see how this looks. What are they saying? I saw... Wait, hold on. Comments.
The Libs have one of their ministers walk out because of Dutton's stance on it. Good! But that's what I mean, like, they're bleeding.
Yeah, they're bleeding.
They're bleeding so much, and Dutton is somehow just stabbing himself even more.
I'm gonna read it from the top. I think the moment the vibe was that it was a yes, but there's a lot of shit people out there. From what I've seen, there's a progressive yes, a progressive no, a racist yes, and a racist no. And I'm like, yeah, I haven't really heard of any. The sorry moment and referendum to include Aboriginal and Torres Strait peoples in the census vote in the 70s seems to have been a major milestone. But the Libs have one of their ministers walk out. You said that? I saw Coles now put on an acknowledgement of country on their receipts just today. So things are positive to see, as tokenistic as that may be.
Real quick, just want to quickly answer something for context, because Ardo said, I'm not in the Australian politics. Do you guys have a two-party system like the US? No. However, the Labour Party and the Liberals/Nationals are the very big two parties here. So when we say liberals, we don't mean liberals as in the American sense. We mean as in the rest of the world sense.
I think Ardo knows that.
Yeah, just
but
want to clarify.
it's a good clarification. It's not a two-party system. But
crafty.
Unfortunately, it's very...
for politics.
Yeah, it's very...
Sorry to all the non-Australian viewers right now.
Yeah. Context, the residential schools were like government-funded church school buildings that Indigenous children were forced into, the kind that they abuse the culture out of kids. There's so many cases of just heinous crime. Ugh. The last one closed in 1998. That sucks. It was a while ago in mind, but yes, I do enjoy watching the Lib Party fall apart. I've been alive longer than the residential schools have been closed. I mean Libs as our right-wing party, not since our left-ish party is Labour. Yeah, glad to hear that things are improving there. Australia had a similar case with the stolen generation, literally taking kids from their families and whiteifying them. What did I join in on? VTube rigging, and also we're talking about Australian politics. Okay, as an Aussie, I'm not the brightest on this stuff, but the VTube stuff is neat, thank you. It's just, we don't have to talk too much about politics. It just happened to come up because of language. We're talking about language.
I do kind of want to try to answer Arto's question a little bit better. So in Australia, you can make more parties, and it's not a two-party system, but such a large majority of voters are either Labour or Liberal, and Liberal or Coalition is what they call them.
It's called a coalition because they're literally the old National Party and the old Liberal Party combined.
Combined, yeah. And I'm from Denmark, and in Denmark there are so many parties you can vote for that are still in government, and I kind of like that system because that adds complexity and more dynamic.
Of course.
And a two-party system is just perversely wrong.
It is.
As a democratic system. So, in some way, in practice, Australia kind of has a two-party system because the other parties are very small. But what the last election had was a lot of independent people winning seats. And a lot of these independents were
previous liberals.
And a lot of the times they were they kind of had a liberal ideology, but they still stood with a seat for Labour to be the ruling government.
Imagine hating your party, though. Imagine being such bad liberals.
but that's why I want to clarify. You can be a liberal in many ways, because in Denmark we have let me try to count from the parties I remember. We have at least 3, probably more than that. Probably more than 3 liberal parties, one of which are on the left side of the government. And that's the kind of change I am noticing in Australia slowly happening now. That people are realizing, hey, you can have an ideology, but have more than one place you can place that ideology. And that's a good thing, in my opinion.
You can quickly also explain, as a sociologist, the definition of liberal is not linked to the right wing. Liberalness is
as an ideology.
As an ideology is just about freedoms, really.
Yeah.
The most basic thing about liberalism is freedom. That's not necessarily a bad thing.
And if I can do the thing you just asked me to,
please.
I usually try to describe it as there are 3 main ideologies. Conservatism, liberalism, and socialism. So conservatism was a response to democracy being made by those who didn't like the idea of democracy. They wanted to go back to the monarchy when there were kings, because these people were the elite. They were the people who had a lot of power. So they want to go back to the idea of you have your place in society. Peasants are peasants. The king is the king. The elite is the elite. So they're very old-fashioned viewed. But if you want to be generous with traditional conservative ideas, there can be some kind of value in just knowing what your role is. But obviously this is the kind of ideology that a lot of people with power, or people who want to keep the same power structures in play, tend to gravitate towards.
Yeah.
So, in short, it's shit. And then liberalism, was the change, the response to monarchy. We want to go away from the monarchies. We want to have our own freedoms. We want to have our own liberty. We want to have our voice heard. And we want to be free. And all those things are good things.
In a way, democracy is heavily linked to liberalism.
Absolutely.
Very much so.
I mean, fucking the Statue of Liberty is a symbol of democracy.
Yes.
And because it is a sign of liberty. But in the real world, we aren't really equal, are we? Because there are social structures, and there's power dynamics, and there's class. And in my opinion, in politics, liberal views tend to be a bit class blind. They tend to be... They're the kind of racists that say that they're not race. They don't see race. They only see grey or whatever.
Can I give an example of
yes,
two
please.
different types of liberalism?
Yes, please.
I think a positive liberal law that could come into play is the legalization of all drugs with a certain amount of what's it called?
Regulation.
With regulation. That's a liberal would vote to have weed be legal, have mushrooms be legal. Another legality thing about personal rights that someone might also want to vote for is the right to own child pornography. These are just things.
Yeah.
But they're things that we can decide on, right?
That's what
the
liberals...
right to marry a girl who's 14 years old.
Yeah, so that's the problem with liberty.
Libertarians can also be interested.
Yeah, that's where I have problems with liberals, because they tend to be anti-regulation.
Yeah, they do.
Because technically, a regulation is a barrier to freedom.
Technically, yeah.
Because it's telling you cannot do whatever you want, you have to follow these rules.
Yeah.
Which is why liberals tend to be very anti-regulation, and they want, quite commonly, to have a small government, in modern sense. So yeah, and I kind of want to add to what Jesse's point was, we all have that stoner friend who is insanely liberal.
Mm.
That's because they want to have drugs or stuff like that not regulated or easy to access. And I'm not going to be anti-weed or whatever. There's many benefits to that, but it's just funny to me. You always know that one stoner friend who tends to find himself, I said him because it commonly is, but it doesn't have to be a gendered thing, find themselves getting propagandized with right-wing bullshit.
Yeah,
because they.
I mean, you
they
find
get
one
caught
thing
with
that you're very passionate about. Let's say
Yeah.
legalizing weed, or like decriminalizing sex work, something like that. You find one thing, and if you follow the wrong political propaganda, you accidentally fall down a rabbit hole of bad libertarians.
And I want to bring it back to context with the referendum here in Australia, because I think it was Robin who said you found a quote-unquote progressive way to argue for a no. Those are liberals, because they are saying that I've definitely seen this, because technically this is a policy that will give Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islander people a little bit extra power than us white people. So technically that's
More
not
power?
liberal.
How is that more power?
Let me finish,
Okay.
Jay. Like, I'm saying this with
Yeah.
a sarcastic voice
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
reason. Because it is a vote that is like, okay, we need Aboriginal people to add a voice to this, to policy when they have to be put in play. That means, on paper, by definition, a white person cannot, a white non-Aboriginal person is not going to be present in that panel.
Can I say something about
They
the
are
VTuber
not-
real quick
like-
after this?
Like, just to clarify, like, it is technically you are giving a person a little bit extra power, and that doesn't define well with liberals' ideology that we have to be completely equal in
That's
that
true.
sense.
Yeah.
But that's
But
where
they don't
that's where
understand equity,
liberalism.
yeah.
Yes, that's where liberalism is completely class and power blind,
Yeah.
because that idea only works if we all actually truly were equal and had true say.
Please
access.
talk about the rigging.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Please
the
talk about
problem-
the rigging.
the
Okay,
problem
so
is that
what I'm doing
we're
right
not
now.
we don't have the same power.
Well, what I'm doing right now is I am basically making a step frame instead of a spline frame in the animation. So like I was talking about before, in 3D animation, you have something called spline animation. That's when you get a key, this key over here, you get a key over here, and I'd make something happen to it like this. And then it just perfectly like goes from one to the other with perfect in-betweens. But what I've just done is create the equivalent of a step key by making one frame happen like literally, you know, just a 0.01 like unit of time away from the other one. So one is at 0.19 and the other one's at 0.2. So it looks kind of like it's flipping, like it's turning from on to off instead of easing. Just as an example, I'll turn this 0.2 to 0.5. See how that dot moved here? And now you can see the in-betweens. Instead of it turning on and off, it's fading on and off. But I'm basically giving that timeline such little time that it's just becoming a flip. And that's how I'm doing the stylized blinks. So you can see that on the other eye. It's flipping off. That's how our characters also blink. So it changes image from open eye to closed eye when we blink. And so it gives like a really cartoony kind of design. It's a little bit different to like the anime VTubers that you might have seen, because the anime VTubers tend to have a bottom and a top lid, and then they can actually close together, but I'm using a very cartoony rig. Well, I've drawn a really cartoony rig.
Just looking at the comments. Sorry for going off.
So now I'm turning the eye opacity, the blink eye opacity on in the same frame, so I can just do that. Hey Jeffrey, welcome to the stream. Already 17 degrees, 8 a.m. in Germany.
I hope you didn't die during that day. That was like 36 degrees. It's
Remember
insane.
when the stream was a helpful guide for VTuber creation?
Let me tell you about Karl Marx real quick.
It's okay. I think the people that watch my streams are going to expect there to be some kind of like
Yeah.
non-art talk.
And yeah, then of course there's socialism left. But
Well, I think we know what socialism is.
yeah.
I'd be very surprised if people in my
What kind of
Twitch doesn't
VTuber
know.
would Marx be?
That's a good question.
That's a really good question.
What kind of furry would Marx be?
He would be a VTuber of the people, I would say.
No, what kind of furry? What kind of persona?
What kind of persona would Marx be? An off-topic discussion on my Chesterpunk stream? More likely than you think.
You think he would be a meerkat? They're very collectivist. Meerkats, very collectivist. They warn each other of the dangers. They work as a pack. Oh, beavers also work pretty well in packs. Beavers are pretty good. He's a worker. He's a fan of the worker, and the beaver is nothing but the worker. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
You don't sound convinced of my furry Marx headcanon.
I agree that beaver. Like, I'm just thinking about Marx. Technically,
I'm just thinking about Marx.
I'm just thinking about Marx because he's an academic. He's
Are
a
beavers
writer.
not smart?
Like, the history of Marx, I honestly don't know if he quote unquote worked a lot.
I don't know either. I just assumed because he's a man of the worker.
He absolutely is.
We must protect the beaver class. Thank you for teaching me. Maybe not the best for the stream. I found this info really interesting. I mean, okay, if you joined the chat and you didn't realize, if you've joined our Twitch and you didn't realize that one of the headlining sentences of the stream about page is that one of your hosts is a sociologist, which is not a political scientist, but like very close. Your sociology is very deeply linked to politics.
At least I've made it.
Oh, but it's true, though. You can't talk about society and not mention politics at all.
Yeah, I agree. Like, only the worst sociologists would do that. But I have taken an added interest in those topics.
Of course.
Because of who I already was before I studied.
I mean, like, there's so many topics in sociology that are just, connected to class, if nothing else. And if...
Marx studied law and philosophy university, so like he was already of a class where you could get access to a university and study it. Like, sure, he was a man of the people, but I don't think
he's a more more upper class than the people that than the beaver.
That's what I mean. Like, he's not the one doing the
But what
groundwork.
furry is more upper class than another furry? There's no furries that are like more upper class than other furries.
There's a hierarchy, though. In
There
the
is
furry
a
kingdom, isn't there?
There is a bit of a
Have you seen The
food...
Lion King?
Have you seen the food pyramid? Okay, I left smile. We're doing the smiles now. Am I right? Smile. What is this music?
Yeah, this is kind of penis. Neko Shop.
Okay.
Remember this?
Lion. Especially Marx's facial hair. The facial hair that Marx has does look a bit like a mane. I can see that.
Marx's radical political views prevented him from gaining an academic post. And he briefly turned to journalism. Interesting.
This has nothing to do with furries to me.
It's not, but I'm trying to like gather all the context on my
You needed to be accurate.
It needs to be accurate. What furry is Marx? We need to understand, okay, he's radical. He's of this class, but he's clearly not of this class.
He's for this class, but he's not of this class.
Yeah, and he's willing to rebel.
Who is an ally of beavers to you?
Yeah, who's an ally of beavers?
I'm asking you. You answer that.
I have no clue. Not the fish!
Not the fish, that's for sure.
That's for sure. So he's not a scaly. We've gotten to that point.
Oh, yeah, no you haven't.
Hmm?
No you haven't.
I have not. I mean,
Scalies
he could be illicit.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't... You've cut out one species of animal too quickly.
That's true.
Not even species, but like an entire...
That's true. Alright, scaly is still on the table, but I am still focusing on the furry. don't count out like mythical creatures and cryptids and such. I mean, sure, we can add more complication, but I don't think that helps me.
Maybe Marx is some kind of smart bird. Do you think an owl is like a... Do you think an owl is like a... What's it called? Like a...
You know what's good about
an
that?
ally to the beaver?
You know what's good about that?
Or do you think an owl would eat a beaver? Because they might.
Wait, slow down. You know what's good about the bird/owl idea here?
Yeah, what? Is it because you like birds?
Top view, like perspective.
Oh, bird's eye view.
We got that high view perspective.
You got that bird's eye view.
We can see the systems.
You can see the society. Society from bird's point of view.
I'm gravitating towards the owl a bit here.
Okay, but very importantly, would an owl attack and kill a beaver? Because
I don't think it would.
Because if it would, then that is not a man of the people, you know?
Look, all I'm saying right now is you're rigging a fox, and I...
Rigging a fox?
You're rigging a fox.
Right.
You're literally rigging a fox.
I am.
And I'm a duck.
Yeah.
I think if you're putting too much of a Zootopia reading into this, that would imply that I have to be uncomfortable right now.
No, my sources come from the animal kingdom. To me, a beaver is a hard worker.
I agree.
And Marx would not kill and eat a hard worker.
Oh, he would not. He
would kill and eat the rich. So now we have to find the animal allegory for the rich.
Who's the richest
and
animal?
Then see what animal preys on that, you know?
Oh.
Maybe Marx is some kind of smart bird or something? Like a corvid? Like a crow? Especially since he's been observed helping others stay safe. I think beavers are maybe too big for owls to eat.
I
love how we got from Marx to what furry Marx would be.
The vibe of the owl is a very academic readed animal.
Would you say it's a very Marxist animal?
It could be.
Okay.
I'm not saying the owl is a Marxist animal. I'm saying Marx could be an owl. You got your correlations wrong here. Your arrows are pointing in the wrong directions.
You know that post that was on Tumblr where it was somebody screenshotting their like grammar app that was telling them to use the word dinnered instead of what happened at dinner?
No.
Oh, it was so funny. It was somebody screenshotting like this grammar app they had, and it was giving them crazy advice, maybe AI generated advice, where it said their sentence said, "What happened at dinner?" And then the suggestion was, you can simplify this sentence by saying, "What dinnered?"
Fuck yeah!
What dinnered?
Fuck yeah! What dinnered?
And then their comment was, "In what world is what dinnered a better way to put this sentence?" And what I'm saying is is the owl Marxist? I'm using Marxist in the way that what dinnered,
Yeah. And in what world does that make sense, Jay?
What did it? What didn't?
Oh. Can you make the fox dance a bit to this music?
No problem. Let's get the physics blending soon.
Y-O-U-R, love. That's a good one.
Rich animals, dragons, right? They hoard shit. Oh, so what kills a dragon? What trumps dragon? What's better than dragon on the food chain? That's pretty hard.
A man with a sword.
A man with a sword. Is Mark's persona a man with a sword?
Yeah. I don't know. A donkey. No, wait.
A donkey from Shrek?
Mm-hmm. But a donkey doesn't kill a dragon.
No. That would be the opposite thing that we need to find.
Yeah.
What dinnered? I need to start using that in real life.
No, you don't.
I forgot to
Oh, would you look at that? Karl Marx's middle name is Heinrich. The more you know.
You're just on the Wikipedia page.
Yes. Here I was trying to read up on the project the organization I have a job interview with on Tuesdays doing, and now I'm reading up on Karl Marx's life.
Well, you gotta find a reasonable persona. Maybe you can take a U quiz that is like, what is my persona, but answer in character with Marx.
I don't think I am Marx enough to do that.
Are you not a Marxist?
No, I am not Marx.
What dinnered?
Fuck off. Like, I know Marx's theory, I don't know his life.
Johnny's applying to work for Marx. Congrats.
Oh, man.
A human kills a dragon, so Marx's persona is a human. So it's really funny because like the idea of a persona being any animal, and then someone's like, "Can I be a human?" But it's like a different person to you.
Yeah,
like, it doesn't
your
look like you.
persona is a different human. Oh my god.
It doesn't look like you. Mongoose Marx. Final answer. Mongoose Marx is pretty good. Do mongoose? Okay, this is important. I think this is important. Do mongoose live in packs, or are they like what's it called?
Let's look on the mongoose Wikipedia.
Yeah, I think if mongoose live in packs, like they work as a team, then I can see mongoose being a really good Marx persona. Assuming that snakes are a stand-in for the upper class. They fight snakes, but I'm also imagining, like, I know that this is not relevant to Marx, but the libertarian flag with the snake that says, "Don't tread on me."
Where then the Marxist flag would be a mongoose biting a snake and it says, "Tread on them."
Tread on them. I don't like how that thing I just did changed the rig, so I'm just going to open it again, because I just saved.
I do like the idea of being immune to the snake's venom. You can see through the capitalists' lies.
I just want to know if they're pack animals.
Yeah.
Because I think if it's a pack animal, that would be more in character. Otherwise, the other option I would have for Marx is something like a dolphin or something. Like, I don't know if dolphins are common personas, but smart pack animal, helping other species.
Most mongoose species are highly social animals living in busy groups of 6 to 40 individuals called packs or
Ooh.
mobs.
Mobs.
So yes.
Okay,
We're
that's a
learning so
satisfying
much
answer
today.
for me. I think that's mongoose is a good answer.
The leftist mob. Yes. We figured it out.
Yeah.
But like, nah, that's dumb.
And you might ask yourself, have water? Well,
Now on to Lennon.
Thank you. Now on to Lennon. Tell me about Lennon.
What's your headcanons about Lennon?
I don't know.
Sit up. Your posture is no better than a shrimp's.
Thank you for the posture check.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know much about Lennon. So you're gonna have to help.
Nah,
All
neither
I know about Lennon is that there is a big statue of him in Canberra, and he's invisible from one angle.
For context, no, there's not.
What?
But there is a statue that
What?
just looks like that is very Lennon core. So every time we find it, we're like pointing at it like, oh, it's Lennon.
It does also disappear from one angle.
Yeah, because it's like it's a
Yes.
modern art, if you will.
Are you saying that Canberra wouldn't put a giant Lennon statue?
I reckon, yeah.
Oh,
I reckon.
Why?
I reckon the capital of Australia wouldn't want to do that. Yeah.
why not?
Kind of neoliberal.
Lennon's not neoliberal. Don't be silly.
No, Australia. Oh. Lennon or John Lennon? All right, let's make a poll.
Lennon or
Let's
John
make a poll,
Lennon?
guys. How do you make a poll?
You're right. Slash poll, and then it'll come up with
Slash.
the
Poll.
yeah.
And what do I do?
Right. What is his first name again?
Lennon?
Yeah.
That's actually a good question. His middle name is not Heinrich. I think.
His middle name.
Vladimir Lenin
Vladimir Lenin versus John Lennon,
versus John.
and Lennon is
Lennon.
spelled differently. Yeah, cool.
It's not like that?
No, it's like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, that's all I do?
Press enter, and then you get to set the. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought that you. Okay, just type it in again. Sorry.
Well, Vladimir Lenin versus John Lennon. Did I spell that right? This is a very important poll. How long? We'll give him 2 minutes. How many points per vote?
Oh, don't allow additional votes. So don't click
Okay.
it.
Alright, stop
2
poll.
minutes.
Alright, here we go. Let's find out. You tell me.
His name was John Cena. Oh. Now.
Now
Who's gonna
we're
win?
going
Yeah.
too many elements of separation away from the original joke.
There was
Alright,
no
let's
joke.
go on John Cena's Wikipedia page real quick.
There was no joke.
Okay,
We're just
instead of
being dumb.
joke, just content.
Yeah.
If you voted for the Beatles, man, I hope you perish, said Sleepy, who, by the way, is a mod, so, you know.
He will behave you.
I mean, we're not voting for this. This is your guys' vote.
Actually, maybe I don't need to do this. I might just put that. What I'm gonna do instead is link it to the smiling, I think. Alright. People size is gonna be linked to the smiling.
Girls with a time machine shoots John Lennon. Well, that's how it happened.
Oh,
I can't vote without knowing about the candidates. Says Nick. Nah, just do it. Just do it. Just vote. All ended. Vladimir Lenin won.
Landslide win. Of Vladimir Lenin.
Of a poll of 4. Landslide
win. That's a 75% win. Damn. Gonna head to bed. Yeah, I'll definitely have this rig done by the time you get up, and then I'll help you set it up at some point.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Looking cute.
Thank you.
Is that you? Looking cute, I want to say.
It's Closet Fox who was in there.
I know.
I thought somebody said that in the chat.
I was doing a bit. I was calling Closet Fox cute. What's the bit?
Who voted for Lenin?
Who voted for Lenin?
I think that'll work. Then I want to make the...
Skiff thinks I'm cute, but Chester literally cannot see me as such.
What?
Why not? You don't think he's cute?
When did I say that?
When did you say that are you incapable of appreciating his cuteness?
No, I think it's cute.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. What is wrong with me? Why did you say that? Why did I get accused of that?
Unbelievable, Jesse. Cancelled.
What the hell? Character assassination. I proudly voted for Vlad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the eyebrows next. Yeah. Brow, why? Sneezing time. Nope. It was just a trick.
Oh, you lied again.
Yeah. It's cause I haven't blown my nose properly in three weeks, so every now and then I feel like there's something in my nose and I think I'm gonna sneeze. I think we can agree that Vlad the Impaler Dracula could have been a vampire bat furry. Not exactly on topic, but yes, I do agree. I forgot about your new piercing and I got confused why you haven't blown your nose. I told when I first told Nick, who's in the chat, Glacionic, about having my nose pierced, we kind of like had to stop talking about it because piercings freak Nick out because they're a bit too visceral. Like seeing a needle pass through a person's face is like the thought of that is too scary.
Jay, you just gave away Nick's weakness in public.
Oh no!
Are you trying
please,
to get him killed?
Don't pierce Nick.
You've seen how these people love to character assassinate.
They like to character assassinate you.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is they're only one word away from just assassination.
So my point was, I went to the piercing shop with Alex the other day because Alex also got some new piercings a couple of days ago, and Alex was getting piercings in their cartilage, like top of the ear, sort of, whatever.
Nick, stop listening. Close your ears, Nick.
No, I'm specifically telling this to Nick, and I just wanted to say that I fully relate because Alex said, you can come in if you want, and the person who was piercing as well said, you can come in if you want to, like, hold your friend's hand or something, and I was like, no, I don't think I can, because maybe if I see this happen to somebody else in third person, I will never be able to get a piercing ever again. Because I do agree, just the thought of it, like being in the same room as Alex as they were getting their ears pierced, would make me never want to get a piercing ever again, I think. So I was just going to say that I sympathize now that I've been in a situation where that would have been a possibility. I must say I like it here. Well, I'm glad to have you here. I want to get my ears pierced, but I keep putting it off. Just do it. It's really fast and it's quite painless.
On the topic of piercings, this music is called Unpleasant.
Yes. Alright, I'm up to just... Okay, so let's look at this guy. They're not supposed to have their eyeballs that freaky. Yeah.
Skip that.
This guy's looking pretty funny so far. I'm going to be working on the toggles and the physics. But I also have to animate their tail moving. His tail moving. But I also want to go to the bathroom, so I might... We're still on the stretch, so maybe I'll just...
Oh, I forgot to close it. Yeah,
I'll just go to the bathroom real quick while we're stretching.
Still here, but I am reading, so might not pay much attention. Actually, I might put the kettle on. I feel like some tea would be nice. And for all the Americans out there who don't know what liberal nor what a kettle means, a kettle is an appliance in which we put some water in, and then it boils the water without the need of a stove and a pot. It's so wild that Americans don't just have electric kettles commonly. It really is. Ah, so this kettle is like a foreign microwave. Imagine, if you will, if there were a device that was a bit like a microwave, but it is specifically for water. And it heats the water not by the same mechanics as a microwave, but simply by actually just making it warm. It's amazing how also you made the kettle just sound like a shit device, because it's like, why would I do that? I already have a microwave, kind of way. which to me feels like the most American response you could say to that. Microwaving water for tea hurts me. I can't imagine if that is a common thing. It just feels so. It just feels wrong. But that also just made me think, hey, is that us that are being closed-minded then? Have they found a way to completely remove the purpose and point of a kettle? But just saying, fuck it, microwave. I'm sure a kettle uses way less power though. Yes. Ah, for me? Thank you. My sister microwaves water to heat it up for ramen. Insane! The visual indication of that is just...
Gonna have your tea?
Yeah. Yeah, I put the kettle on just now. In plastic, no less. Delicious microplastic. Well, you know how like the ramen pack comes with those little spice packs? It's just a bit extra of that. It adds flavor. Thank you.
Yeah, all good. I'm back. Alright, what are we saying? Oh, yeah, microwaves and water. $60 for both earlobes, so I'll recruit a friend to hold my hand and do it. If they consent to watching your face get stabbed.
Skipping this one.
I have a friend that's already offered. That's good. It's just a matter of her having the time. I have to inject people for nursing school, so I think I can handle too much piercings. I can do needles and piercings and tattoos, I just can't look at the act itself. I think it's different depending on... I can look at needles when I get shots and stuff. I can look at needles being done to me, and I can look at I can look at tattoos. I've been watching the tattoo artist do my tattoo because I think it looks cool when that happens. It's just the piercing. Specifically through a cartilage, I think that's too fucked up for me. I can't watch it through cartilage. Because cartilage is thicker than flesh, and apparently more painful. But having just had a nose piercing and having accompanied Alex to get the ear piercing, the cartilage piercing, it is mostly the primal fear before it happens that is the scariest part. It's not actually that painful to actually have it done. At least with the nose piercing, it's not that painful. It doesn't hurt afterwards, like almost at all, unless you bump it. I got my blood work done today, and it's easy so long as I stare at a wall. I think when you're getting blood drawn from you, it's also kind of different, because it's like, that stuff is coming out of my body. It's kind of gross. It's different to an injection or something where it's like, okay, now that thing's just inside me, nothing's really happening. And then it's also pretty quick to get a shot, usually. Down invisibility. I had to use a lancet on myself, and I had to have a friend do it because the mental barrier was high even though it barely hurt. The mental battle before it is the worst. It's a lot of blood, technically. Oh, that's for the blood work. I get 3 vials every time I do it quarterly. I also have to do that for getting, almost quarterly, for doing, hormone therapy. You have to get your bloods tested pretty often. And it's also about 3 vials, and it's very gross to look at. So what I forgot to do is body. I like to have the arms move up and down. It's kind of cute. Well, they're flapping their arms around a little bit while they're... Oh, that looks too fucked up. My head is way too high without the pen down. Can also go out a little bit better. Just a little bit. What is PrEP? Is this some kind of like STI test?
We'll allow it.
This is one of the insane tracks in Everhood. One of the many insane tracks in Everhood.
It's short at least.
If you get infected, it's super important you switch off PrEP, otherwise you risk a resistance to PEP, which actually treats HIV. Oh, I read this, like, really. It stands for pre-exposure prophylaxis. PrEP is an anti-HIV thing. Oh, right, which helps prevent HIV. I take it daily and get quarterly blood work just in case. I wrote a paper on HIV for nursing, but I cranked it out in 3 days, so the info is a fever dream. That's very impressive that you could do that. It's good to know. And good on you for staying on top of that. Sleepy. Where are my bandana? Whoops. It's... So... The ear physics. Try to make this really floppy. It's gonna be the ear physics. So this one is for left. This music is so sick. Wee! And I'm gonna do the Y, so up and down. I need a bigger brush for this one. Could also do it a little bit like this. Squash and stretching it a bit, basically. Boing. I can take it partially because I want to stay safe, and if I ever do start meeting people, and partially because I want to help normalize it for people who aren't necessarily promiscuous. That's really cool. I used to write shitty papers, but now I get good grades. In my freshman year of high school, I had to take an essay to get out of honors history class, and I did awful in the essay. I got lucky. I was in the social studies department chair's class and tutored her, so she gave me the pass if I promised to get better at writing. And yeah, that's really cool and responsible. It is. Good on you, Sophie. Boing. Look at this.
Oh, that's good.
Boing. It was a really weird discussion to have with my dog, but it worked out. Why is it a weird discussion to have with your doctor? Wouldn't your doctor want to advocate for the same thing?
I mean, I wasn't really paying much attention because I was reading something, but yeah, like Arthur just said, talking about sex-related things can be awkward. Yeah, I think it's just that, Jay.
Oh,
like,
right.
I
thought that
I mean, you have
the
this.
doctor...
You have the skill of not caring what anyone thinks about you all the time, but I mean, it's just awkward to talk about.
I thought just like... I thought they meant that maybe the doctor was...
Also, my family doctor is a very cis-het older woman who was very like, are you having unprotected sex regularly? Because if not, I don't know.
That's what I meant, though. That's what I meant. That, like, isn't... I think that's strange that any doctor would say that. Because I think any doctor, regardless of their own, like, culture and your culture, should be advocating for as many checks as possible. You know, like tests and blood work and things that keep everybody safe, and the normalization of it. That's what I meant.
I think getting medical tests is already normalized. That's not a fight they need to advocate for. They would rather, like, they also worry about efficiency. Like, why are you doing all these things you don't need? Like, that is also something doctors have to be aware of.
True.
But if they're wrong, like, if they're not understanding why there's a need for it, then that's a different thing.
But that's kind of what Snoopy said. Are you having unprotected sex regularly? Then why do you want this? That is them questioning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so at least they're trying to... Hopefully that can be seen as trying to understand.
Yeah.
Jesus, Wabbage just wrote, American healthcare is fucked. I wanted to get a test at the hospital only for them to turn me down, and I still get letters in the mail because they want to charge me 400 plus for sitting in their waiting room.
Huh?
Insane.
That gets how?
You absolutely have to be able to, like, contact them, be like, there's no way.
There's no way.
You can charge me for nothing. Because if you just ignore it, I am certain that problem's only gonna grow, and then they're gonna add added charges. So I think you have to act on that quickly before it grows into a bigger problem.
You gotta channel your inner Karen. You gotta channel your inner white woman. Please.
You have
be
to
the white woman that complains about this.
But that is absolutely something you have to actively complain about, because there's no way that is right.
That's not fair.
But
I'm
but
with the white
ignoring.
woman on
But if
this
there's one thing I know about power, is you can't ignore it, because then you're just gonna lose the fight even harder, and them being able to charge you for anything is because they have the authority to do it. Well, that is wacky.
That's so fucked.
I'm just saying because I've actually seen in some of my work that a lot of people approach to deal with financial situations, even if they are completely stupid, it's just to brush it aside. And generally that never works.
You've worked with people
favor.
in, like...
Not saying that that's what you're saying you're doing, but I just want to double check, hey, just promise me that's not your approach, because that's gonna be a problem.
You should be doing something about it. You've worked in the past a lot with people in underprivileged situations a lot, and yeah, it sounds like that's...
Yeah.
They hope... I think some of
if you're not playing their game, you're going to lose.
I think unfortunately some places hope that you don't care enough and you just pay to get them off your backs.
But also because like debt in America is fucking insane.
It's a
business.
It's a whole business.
Because what if they sell off your debt to another debt collector, and then they're gonna be way more aggressive about it and escalate the interest, and at that point so much time has passed that you can't even point back to the point that the debt in the first place was pointless. Worst case scenario, obviously, but yeah.
It's an industry, the debt industry.
Yeah, I mean, Australian's medical system is not too bad. You do have to pay. And I'm from a country where going to the GP is completely free, like in Denmark. So I'm actually a little bit reluctant to just be like, oh, hey, I have a little thing. I should just go down to them and talk about it. Because now it's like, nah, this is not a problem. I don't want to pay for this just to talk about it.
That being said, they do give you a lot more attention and care.
Yeah, we actually talked about this yesterday. Like, there's a culture in Australia, at least in our experience, that doctors are more curious and willing to find your problem and deal with your problem than they were in Denmark. When Denmark, they are much more likely to just be like, okay, come back in a week if it's still a problem. See if it fixes itself over time.
They seem to have a system that's very, very straightforward, and like they need to get probably this amount of people in and out in a certain time, because and they have like strictness of that.
And because they have limited resources, and if they spend their time working on one thing, that is time that can be spent on another thing. Like, I mean, I understand why they do it. It just means that a lot of like really some cases, even if it is rare, bad situations get untouched, and there has been some situations it's been talked about in the media pretty recently where it ended up being a lethal issue because the doctor was like, no, come back in a week, we'll see if it's still a problem.
Oh, that's sweet.
Like, if I end up with something serious like a gallbladder fixing to pop or something, I'm gonna just die. I can't afford that shit. Oh yeah, yikes.
We're doing physics right now in the rig, so I'm making the ears floppy.
My family doctor was similar, talked about losing weight to fix my issues when I was heavier, instead of like actually testing.
I'm really sorry about that. That sucks so much.
That is
actually
such a common issue, it seems. I am stressing about not having private healthcare.
Yeah.
In Australia, because private healthcare is so fucking expensive, and like not private healthcare, I mean private health insurance. But yeah.
This work. What? I'll just try. Okay.
I hate that there's still doctors who blame weight on any issue. So much shit gets undiagnosed because someone is heavier and a doctor is too lazy to test. We also talked about this like a few weeks ago or something.
Oh, with Alex, right?
Maybe with Alex, or maybe it was just the two of us. But when you think of, like, I was saying, like, trying to be very like academic about it. If you look at statistics for, let's say, surgery.
Oh yeah, we were talking to Alex about this because of the gender, the requirements to get top surgery in Denmark is to be under a certain BMI for trans masculine people who want to get top surgery. You have to be under a certain BMI. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of doctors, even here in Australia, probably follow those same standards, but some are like, no, I can still make it work. I mean, that's a sign of added weight or fat makes the surgery harder to do. And the more added complications that are there, adds higher risk. That doesn't mean that fat equals you will die. But some doctors, because I mean, if as a doctor you are constantly dealing with risk, and you are probably constantly dealing with death, and you probably don't want to kill another person today. Some people are probably...
Or any person, hopefully.
Or any person. It is, in one way, and I'm being a little bit generous here, it is a way to avoid risk. But that is a problem when it means gatekeeping people from healthcare.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. And, but in some situations, if they're working under a hospital and they have rules, and you are a doctor there and you have to follow rules, those rules may have been made by risk-averse statisticians or something that have seen the statistics and seen like, okay, over this weight, that's where the complications and the risks start rising. We don't want to do any over that risk, and that means the doctor might just have to follow those rules even if they think it's stupid, or if they know they have the skills to work with it. Like, I think it's a much more complicated issue than just doctors being lazy, is what I mean to say. But it is still an issue that, because of its complexity, gets away with gatekeeping people from healthcare. That's not good. It's cool that there definitely are doctors out there that are like, no, that's bullshit, I will just do it. But that's the problem with private healthcare. If you have to actively find the private individual doctors that are willing to help you, that's not very approachable. And often cases that also means that it's going to be very expensive. Yeah. Fucked.
I hate the perception that skinny is healthy. There's so many ways to lose weight that can destroy you. Weight and eating disorder, trigger warning kind of, but it's really funny how she was impressed when I lost weight, when me losing it was like super unhealthy. Not eating regularly and being on my feet because of more work. Yeah, that sucks. Sorry to hear that, that sucks. The only way to get adequate healthcare is to literally be completely dependent, like zero income eligible for government benefits, so or be so wealthy that you can afford insurance. Decent insurance being something that doesn't charge you insane premiums, actually has coverage with the doctors you'll see. I'm lucky that my weight loss was unintentional, just a side effect of real meds making me hungry, but it wasn't healthy. If you want to take an ambulance to the hospital, don't. Calling a cab is cheaper. Imagine also being the fucking cab workers or the underpaid Uber drivers who have people in seriously bad conditions in the back of their car as well. Like, it just sucks for everybody. Like, you're not supposed to be if you're an Uber driver, you don't need to be trained as a paramedic. But like, what if somebody fucking dies in your car? Yeah, that would be terrifying.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Ambulances should really be free. It's so funny when you look at like American people on Twitter who are just completely oblivious of the idea of an ambulance being free.
They cost money here too.
Yeah,
they cost thousands of dollars.
They are expensive here too. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
But they don't in Denmark.
Yeah.
And they don't in other countries too. Like, it is a service that should always be free.
Yes.
But people have been so fucking brainwashed by this idea that they can't even see the logical reasons for why it should be free. That is so wacky. Like, I'm pretty sure in Denmark there is a private company that supplies that service, but they are still hired by the government and the hospitals to do it. Like, they don't... The costs are still just through the state.
I don't see the ears moving at all with the bounce. They're moving very slightly, that's very weird.
Crank it.
I did though, I thought I... Oh. At least they flow really nicely when your head is moving. If America is the land of the free, then why is everything so goddamn expensive? A good one. The ambulances are run by a private company and accept whatever healthcare financial assistance can outright charge you out of pocket. If America is the land of the free, then why Simon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Denial is out of the question. Pay up, Toothy. Oh, dental. Dental is out of the question. Makes no sense. What am I doing now? I've got tail physics, I've got ear physics, do I have bandana physics? I don't think so. Should do clothing. Clothing right. Clothing heavy? Yeah, that's pretty cute. We should put on something else. I think it's getting there's too much gnome influence.
Alright, but we're gonna finish this one.
Okay.
What should we listen to after?
Hypnospace Outlaw?
Oh yeah.
The music in Hypnospace is really weird, but I like that about it.
This
Insurance
reminds
is
me
just
of something.
Insurance is just straight up scam because you pay them every month for nothing, but the potential of them helping recover costs, but they charge you more if you ever use it. Have the coverage of Swiss cheese. Yeah. I'm gonna try something with this.
Starts with Chowder Man.
Yes.
Fucking
We're
hell, I
listening
forgot
to
about
Hypnospace Outlaw now.
Hot Dad. I remember that name.
Hot Dad does funny music, some may call it.
I'm gonna skip Chowder Man.
No!
Okay, I'm not skipping it.
I love the Hot Dad songs in this. Hypnospace Outlaw. So fucking good. I hate people that argue that socialized healthcare is bad because you're paying for others' healthcare. First, that's heartless. Second, you already have insurance, but with the insurance, barely anyone gets money to pay for healthcare. Yeah. You're right, and you should say it. Actually, what I might do...
Put us on the stretch.
Fucking... Oh my god. What do I and Swiss cheese have in common? Iconic holes. Very good.
That's right. I am the Chowder Man.
Oh my god, what the fuck happened? This one. This one there. Actually, what am I doing? It should be a wag. It needs to be a wag. Should be doing it like... Except this has to be like 10 and this has to be like 20. Whoa, why so wiggly? That's not where I expected the keyframes to go. Thanks for shouting out, Isla. I might need to take this from a different... I thought that maybe I could, Okay, I have a different idea. I'm going to make this not repeating and make it like -10. And then same for this one. Oops. And then I'll make it wag side to side, I think. That, but I think I need to do it more. Something weird is happening here. Okay. Tail somewhat complete. Alright, we're gonna animate it. You know what else I might do? I might make like an extra... Might not put the tail physics as intense. Just gonna check it. They're very intense. I also don't think the Y even needs to be here. So I'm gonna get rid of that because I don't think it's as necessary. It kind of makes it look too much. What I would rather do is make the tail wag. So I'm gonna see if this works because I think Break's looking good. Thank you. Water still off. A mains pipe randomly burst this morning down the street and looks like whatever they tried to fix didn't work. Why do you keep having water problems at your place? Gentrification, more or less. A bunch of old pipes and new constructions where heavy trucks and machinery are driven down small service roads puts a lot of pressure on the pipes. Damn. Thanks for the head pats, Robin. When are you thinking about starting to play Battlebit? I want to make sure I can tune in for that.
Unsure, maybe around 7?
Cool.
You definitely want to tune in for that.
I love that game. I want to see.
After having played the game, this is one of those games where you can never truly experience the game again after you played it once.
Kisses.
But you can experience other people experiencing it.
Yeah. Oh. Kisses.
That's always fun.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically why we played it. Was because the Bill wanted us to play it and watch us play it. Promise. We promise we will not backseat game. Even no matter how tempting it is.
Doesn't say. It does. Okay.
But if you get stuck, you can always ask us for a hint.
I might not remember all the answers, to be honest, but I do remember the vibe, which is the important.
I think we will be able to remember how to figure something out. It's not like Nabil, where it's like I can remember what certain characters are named. That's gone. But I know the relationships and what happens, roughly. But yeah, I'm not gonna say more.
Gumshoe Gooper music.
Gumshoe. Battle Hymns of the Republic. This background music, kind of RuneScape core. Yeah. They really perfected the online 90s experience in Hypnospace Outlaw. Still working on graphic design work. Yeah, that's alright.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to rush you. I just want to know when I should be ready to watch your stream.
And if it kind of overlaps with when we're ending, that's a guaranteed raid right there. Is it RuneScape core a genre? What would that define? The gameplay or the vibe?
Talk dirty to me. Talk dirty to me.
The vibes for sure. Yeah, but then that's also a question then about which vibes, because like I would say yes, Hypnospace Outlaw makes you feel that vibe of being a young person using a computer online in the late 90s or even early 2000s if we push it a bit. So in that sense, yes, but is that the vibe? Because that could be so many vibes. Can you think of any games that remind you of RuneScape?
No.
On the spot, I can't really think of anything.
RuneScape is pretty specific to me.
I don't have the nostalgia for I was born early 2000s. Ooh, baby! But that's alright. Still a really funny game though. It's a it's a good way to like imagine what that experience was like, at least.
It's a very accurate yet fictional depiction of the internet in the early 2000s.
Yeah, such a good game.
I have a better idea for the tail. I don't like how squishy it is, actually. I actually don't like how squishy it is at all. Okay, we're gonna delete this, we're gonna start from scratch. We're gonna change the parameters. I think I know what I want to make it do. I think what I'm gonna do is, instead of making it have these...
I didn't RuneScape, but I did MapleStory. Oh yeah. Made a good lot of both.
I'm gonna stylize the tail wag.
Did I mention on the stream recently that I actually... I mean, that's already like a month or 2 or 3 ago that
Yeah.
I started replaying MapleStory because someone made like a private server of the old school MapleStory, but like with a bunch of added mods so you can grind a lot quicker, level up a lot quicker. The MapleStory opening music is still stuck in my head a decade later. Whenever you hear it, you do a little breakdance. I do vaguely remember that. It's a sleepy.
I'm going to do a really stylized tail wag instead, where... Ooh, actually, yeah. I keep getting new ideas, but I'm going to make it more cartoony, because I think the timing is what makes this too... It's too floaty. It's like... It's so obviously like a JPEG that's being moved. I want to stylize the animation, so... I'm going to put this on. I might need to do it at... Oh my god, it's so hard to... do. Maybe I do need to use the... I'm gonna rotate it. Oh, you know what? Let's try again. Move it. Piece by piece, sort of. This. Smooth out the... Now, that there. Okay. And make that.
From our family to yours, we wish you a very safe and happy holiday season.
I've never heard of MapleStory. Do you want to talk about MapleStory?
I think it's one of those games you just had to be there for.
You had to be there. Sorry.
There is a new version of MapleStory now. I think they make a MapleStory 2. Can't remember. But I think they're shit. They're probably shit, from what I hear. I talked to someone recently about this. Because...
It was Amy.
Yeah, it was
my old coworker.
Amy and Julius, because they played the new MapleStory and they really don't like it. And they grew up with the old one. Oh, that's trailer music, sorry. Yeah, mixed reviews on Steam. It's an MMO. Yeah. Just like a walk in a 2D space, fight enemies, level up, pick a role / job, like a warrior, ranger, or magician, or stuff like that, and level up. And then it is a freemium game, so it's full of grind and it's full of reasons to spend money on it. And as the internet has become much more commodified, it's probably, from what I've heard, become even more grindier and give you a lot more reasons to spend money on it now than they did. So it's probably not that good to get into now.
-3 and +3 for that. Oops. Yeah.
Alex just wrote something to us about dinner.
Oh?
You got any dinner plans? If not, I have a chicken pie.
We're gonna be streaming. I don't know if we told Alex this, but we're kind of in the middle of something. We also have the leftover chickie from yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I said as well. But I did also say, we'll let you know when we're free again.
Alright, let's try the tail animation again. Well, like, maybe there's a, enable smart. Yeah. There must be a way to, like, Ah! Ah! Okay, I can just do that. Oh, sign in. Sign out. Sign in. For this one. Oh, yeah. That's not fast enough for wagging. I think that's probably partially the problem. Wagging's gotta be faster than that. Huh? That's not what I expected. This one's... not this. Sign in? No, sign out. This one is sign in. Sign... oh, okay. This one is also sign in. I think I made a mistake when I added those extra things in here. This one is supposed to be fucking just completely linear. We do that, please? This? This is so hard. My computer may also be freezing. Is it freezing? Who knows? Look how fucking slow it is just to click this key.
You save your progress and restart?
Maybe, but it's like...
that memory leak.
Save check. Okay, I'm gonna the rig and save the rig. Let's try it. Let's try to open close it, maybe it'll fix it. This is my favorite Maple Story. Maple Story. This is my favorite No Space Outlaw song.
It's good.
Me when I think of certain vegetables. Memory leak.
Memory of leak. Me when I get the title of a really good Korean movie wrong. Memories of a leak.
It's pretty wrong. Whoa! Don't change the value of it. Okay. Just sign. Sign. Sign out. Okay. I like if spring onions were more radical.
I like this one.
Me too. Maybe 5 is too big. It's not bad. That looks pretty waggy, yes.
But does it look swaggy?
A little bit swaggy. Wow, it took me like basically the whole time up until Robin said that they might start streaming to make this rig. Really good timing. I'm exporting it now. Was it? Box. B. Uber. Was it? E. Save. Save. Apologies for anyone who was watching this as a VOD to learn how to read, and then we started talking about random shit.
Including what would Karl Marx be if he was a furry.
But also, I do not apologize for anything.
We are asking
the
true questions here.
Yeah.
You will not be silenced.
You will not be silenced.
Real shit only.
Sleepy says I'm gonna head to bed. Have a good one, and Robin, best of luck gaming.
May this sharpened edge bring me peace. The truth.
Thanks for coming, Sleepy. Do you want to say goodbye?
Yeah, goodbye.
It's their fault for expecting us to not tangent. Exactly. 4 a.m. Yeah, if you gotta sleep as well, Otto. I do not blame you for wanting to head out.
Life hack? Be in the Australian time zone specifically for this. That would make it a lot easier.
I think what I'm gonna do is tie the wagging to the smile on the tuber, so that when you smile, after a little bit the tail starts wagging. I think that would be really good. It's your Friday. It's your Friday. I'm just lazing around with days. What are you doing? Just lazing around? Good night, Otto. See you later. Thanks for coming along. Reacts, then that's right. Okay, pretty good. Let's save this. Actually, I might open that up again so take a picture of it. Save that as the icon. And now we're going to test it in VTube Studio. I'm gonna zip it on. Go to YouTube Studios. Streaming assets and the F2D models folder. Chuck it in there. So yeah. Assuming it launches properly. And then I think after this, we're gonna have dinner and watch Robin's stream.
Yeah.
When they come online.
Guess who's back? I know you missed me. Crunch is here. There ain't no way you're gonna forget me. I'm ready to rock forever. Bring the heat, bring the power. I was born for this. Calling out to all the muscle boys and the freak sheiks. Are you ready? I'm gonna teach you the way to cruncher. There's 3 important points. Number 1.
This is the last VTuber I did for someone.
Number 2. Radio edit. Number 3.
We're doing this one now.
Radio edit. Pop quiz coming later, punk. Better hope you pass. Join the madness movement. Hypnospace Tag Cruncher.
Very, very meta having so many VTubers up.
Would you look at that?
Okay, let's see if it works. 2. I feel when you're tubing.
The virus music. Username 666.
Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. My camera's also really bad, so that could be partially why the VTube isn't very good. Oh wait, 30 and 30 was right. I did the wrong. Yep. That's good. I don't know, the eye's getting big. Maybe I need to smooth it a little bit. It's kind of funny though. Okay. That's fine. People seem to be working alright. And I said good? Thank you. Thank you, Ella. Oh, hi. Not doing it very well. But it is moving the brows a little bit. Maybe that's just my face. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, fine. Mouth smile. Okay. Open. Ba 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 ba. There's a little dot that I can see on the edge of the smile sometimes that I'll try to fix. Body rotation. Oh! Hey Robin! I assume you're gonna stream soon. We're almost done here as well. I'm just testing out this tuber. Soon. Let's try this. I don't know about... That's not what I wanted it to do. Maybe... Maybe what I'm gonna do is just link it to a hotkey. Okay. Play animation. Play animation. Flag. I kind of wanted to be able to link it to the smile, but I don't know if I know how to do that. Okay, well that doesn't really work. Not in the way that I... Not in the way that I wanted it to do. So I will get rid of that. But the hotkey works for if you just want to wag a little bit. Or maybe it should be change full animation? Then it just does that, and then you can have a wag off. Wag off.
Oi, pal.
Wag
off.
Very British. Wag off animation, wag on animation. Could be something like that. That's not too bad. That's cute. Thank you, Ella.
We were both young and pretty. Oh, you had so much to say. But things weren't perfect.
I think I can probably make the jaw a little bit better. I might do that before I send it to the channel. There's just like a little dot that appears here. And also here, this little thing here I don't like. But other than that, it's pretty funny. I like this little creature. Let's try. I'll make the other hotkeys as well, just for fun. 6. Bandana. The Angie works as well. That's good. This one works too. While everything's on. Pretty good. Alright, well, I think it's more or less done. I think I'm done. Yippee. How is everybody else doing? How's Robin doing?
Most important.
Is this a good time to start like exchanging stream creature complete. If this is not a good time to start exchanging viewers, then we can. If you're planning to stream like incredibly soon, we can just fuck around for a little bit more for another like half an hour or whatever you do. If it's gonna be like way later, then we might just go offline. But we're happy to hang around for a little bit more. Still graphic designing, we'll start around 7 PM. Thank you, Isla, for shouting out Robin. Because we can switch our screen to be Skiff's epic Roblox gaming for another half an hour or something. I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, I'm playing Roblox.
Playing Roblox. If it was cool. After you next die, we'll switch the Elgato off.
So sort out some eating up our dinner.
Yeah, exactly. The physics are less strong on this app than on Live 2D. Now look at that! Floppy boppy. Whoa! $75 looks good. In my opinion. The ears are so floppy. I love it. How's the Roblox game treating you?
Oh, so epic.
So what we can do is turn off the Elgato capture and capture the...
Yeah.
If you want to do a bit of Roblox gaming. We also gotta change the stream title if you please.
Yeah.
Roblox, a little bit of Roblox gaming before the end of the stream.
Little bit of Roblox gaming.
Before we raid Robin.
Just gonna write Battlebit.
Raid Robin sounds like that game that you play in high school where you like take hacky sacks from each other's like nests.
Oh, is it glitching? There we go.
Cool.
Okay.
Save that.
Done.
Cool. Perfect.
And game capture. And let me fix the audio because I turned it down. And alright, so the joke is we're not actually playing Roblox.
But it sure looks like it.
But it sure looks like it, huh?
Just gonna move my... Ah!
We're playing Battlebit. It's not showing, is it? Is it showing? It might not be showing.
It's not showing.
It's not showing.
Where's that?
Now it's showing. Oh yeah, and we changed the game a bit.
Unlock it?
Oh wait, someone's healing me. I have, but not now, because someone just healed me.
Now show one. Sorry if my VTuber looks weird. I'm just gonna unplug the HDMI from here. Oops. And... where's my other HDMI?
Ah! Okay, let me fix that.
Whoa, that's right.
Is there voice chat in this game?
Yes, but you can very quickly mute people, which is good.
That is good. In case of slurs.
Yeah, and
sorry about my VTuber fucking
and
just now.
what's annoying, and you can report people as well, but what I found annoying is it's a little bit overwhelming to find out who said what if you didn't catch it in the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Because this game is designed to have hundreds playing at the same time. I like the game mode where it's a little bit less, but it's still a server of 64 people.
Yeah.
Someone did really say something fucked up at me just because I killed him, and he was on the other team.
Oh, you can
So-
get voice chat from the other team.
Yes, when you kill them, while they're on the floor, you can hear them.
That's a very strange choice for game design.
It's but people have actually pointed out it's actually kind of good because it creates this kind of like a light banter culture where it is still like you acknowledge that the people you're playing against are also people. So it can have the other effect as well. Because most people are still just kind of chill about it and they just have light banter and roleplay. But then occasionally there are the fucking capital G gamer that will say something incredibly just fucked up.
Yeah, I feel
So-
like it's more exploitable than it is.
But this game, at least they clearly know what they want the game to be, because every time you join a server, you have to hold that button that say, I recognize the rules, and I know that if I break these rules, I will no longer be able to play on this server again. And it's like rules like no discrimination, no like harassment. You cannot join a single game without saying, I will not break these rules. So they clearly also decide to go.
I think that's really good of them, but don't you think that has the effect eventually where people just don't read it and
Sure, we know what gamers are. There's that guy who keeps like coming into a server to ask when we're playing Roblox, Rock Band, and he clearly doesn't understand what the point of reading rules are. So yes, these people exist, but like, do you want to design the whole game to have those people like still be shitty, but just be more quiet about it? Or design the game for a way for some people to clearly have fun with it. Like, I mean, yeah, both arguments exist, and they clearly decided to go for the other, and some people are clearly having a lot of fun with it because they know how to have fun with it, respectively. Tyler says, yo, Johnny, should I Roblox 2 sometime? I think you'd like this. Oh, someone arrived me.
oh, it's not this. It's not this thing. It's doing that.
What?
It's not this that's doing
But
it.
maybe
It's the
I
inner
will,
mouth.
for the sake of streaming. Audio.
Yeah, I would not be comfortable with you having the mic on during streams.
Yeah, for the sake of streaming. Putting that on 0.
I think I'm just also fixing up the rig. I think I've more or less eliminated all the parts of the rig that are flipping through.
Uh-oh.
We've been getting Alex into Fortnite as well. I think they really like it.
We did that. Up, up, up.
Fortnite has been fun. Yeah, it's been pretty fun. But we've also just been hanging out a little bit with Alex and Amber,
Yeah.
Alex's little sister, because I don't think they
We don't get to
like,
hang out with them
yeah,
like
I don't
this
think
very
that
often.
they like get to have the living room be a space that they can hang out and be chill in very often because their parents are away at the moment. And now they get to
No parents!
no parents hang
No
out in their space.
parents! Yeah.
Sounds comfy. Yeah, you're invited over, by the way, whenever we both have time. Alex said that as well. They would like to have you over. And because the whole house is free, if you did want to sleep over or something, if that makes a visit easier, like, you don't have to...
We could organize that, I think.
Yeah, if you didn't... If it makes it easier to come over and then not have to get a really late train back to your place. I do also have access to their car, so I can pick you up from somewhere if that makes it easier for you.
And legally, I could do the same, because I just got my driver license
Yeah,
converted.
driver's license.
Oh, fuck.
This game looks kind of ugly, actually.
Yeah, but that's kind of the good thing about it, because it's made to just run really well
Yeah.
on most computers.
Johnny on wheels.
Wheels?
Yeah, because you're a driver now.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I think the fact that it can be optimized really well is pretty good for a shooter.
And this game is basically Battlefield.
And this game is exactly how all shooters look when I play them on my computer anyway, because my graphic settings are...
So now you have
Are
an
on zero.
equal playing ground with
Yeah.
other people. Fuck.
I'm not sure why graphic settings doesn't actually change the playing field that much on most shooters.
Shooters this big, they can, because you can literally have render distance, and these maps get crazy big.
Oh yeah, but like the games we play don't have render distance problems. The games we've been playing recently.
Yeah, I just
What
wanna...
shooters have we played
just wanna
recently
be
where
technical.
render distance is a
Fortnite.
problem? Fortnite does not have render distance problems.
I mean,
can see...
it could.
No, but it doesn't. Like I can see
Depending on-
see characters from the other side of the map with my lowest graphic settings. They don't load in characters. There isn't a render distance thing in Fortnite. You can see the entire map from one side to the other on the lowest graphic settings. I prefer more straightforward multiplayer game graphics. Super detailed, hyper-realistic can be distracting. Yeah, I think you're right, actually.
Victory!
Victory Royale!
Yeah, thumbs up to that. So, this game also has, like, drivable vehicles, but I like the mode where it's a slightly smaller server and it doesn't use that, because playing on a 127 versus 127 server,
Yeah.
it's a lot. It gets too intense for me. Like, I feel like you run around a corner and you just die, because there's potentially 5 people ready there to shoot you. It can be fun, but I think I like the slightly smaller servers a bit more.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think you'd like this game, Isla. I don't know if you've ever played like Battlefield before, but I think you'd like this.
I've never played Battlefield, but I've played the, what's that game called where you kind of have like a jet at the same time as shooting? It's like it's kind of a space-themed shooter. And it's also like Battlefield, where it's just like a whole bunch of people versus... It's 2 massive teams deathmatch type game. You don't know what that's called?
I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
can't remember what it's called. I played it for like a month. As
You
I
have
play
a
most
jet,
games.
like as in a plane?
Not like a plane, like a jetpack. Like your ability is to be able to jump really big.
Oh, and is it like very like deserty, and you can kind of surf
It's
on the
very
deserts?
yes, it's very like sci-fi.
Yeah,
in
it's
aesthetic.
I know which one that is. Fucking.
We played it. We may have played it together with some Danish friends, like very briefly, like maybe for a couple of weeks to a month, and then we just kind of never played it again.
Yeah, I faintly remember this.
It
I
has
do know
the
what
same
game
kind
you
of
mean.
like massive team deathmatch style.
That was an interesting game, and it died
Yeah.
for some reason, and I don't know why.
I don't know why either. I kind of liked it with the
It was a something true. Because
it was
it was
something
an old game they had remade, and that was one of those games where that's not the intended way to play
No.
it. But when everyone learned that you could play like that, everyone played like that.
Yeah.
So now it is a game that is like, oh yeah, you should play it like this.
Planet Side? No, I don't think it was
Yes.
Planet Side. I don't think it was.
Can you just Google that
I'll
real
Google
quick?
that. No parents at home. You know what that means, besties? It's time for group howling. Ow!
Oh fuck.
Yeah, modern Call of Duty has so much going on, but also modern Call of Duty and other AAA shooters have has no like respect for color design. They have no respect for, you can make something look realistic and give it really good like color coding and design. So like you can see where the enemy is clearly due to like color design. And you don't have to have a very like cartoony style to do that.
But you know who Call of Duty do respect? The LGBT community.
Yeah. The Call of Duty allows you to select your pronouns before playing the game. And you can even put a pride flag as your profile picture.
So people will know who to swear the slurs at.
So people will know what the correct slurs to call you is. And if you go onto Steam and search for LGBT games with the LGBTQ tag, Call of Duty will be one of your first options. Their aesthetic is muddy, yeah. PlanetSide. No, that's not PlanetSide.
Ah!
But the aesthetic, like, of that kind of, like, space shooter. It's true. I'm just gonna Google it using keywords. Sci-fi, space, shooter, arena, games. Brrr.
Hiya. My homies are dying.
No.
Left and right. Oh, Jesus.
Let's look at GamerDecide.com's sci-fi top 15 sci-fi shooter games list. I gotta make it a little easier for the we can always tell crowd to misgender me. Yeah.
Oh, okay, now then here.
It's not in the top 5. Apparently it's not in the top 15 Gamer Decides sci-fi shooter list. Top 50 sci-fi video games by IMDb. Alright. Guess. I know that you're gaming right now, but guess what the top
Star Wars.
Top 10, just anything in the top 10 of sci-fi video games.
Star Wars.
Okay, any more guesses?
Star Wars. It's at least 2
Isla
Star
said
Wars
Half-Life. Okay, pretty good guess.
Would that count? I guess that could
I
count.
think Half-Life is very much a sci-fi game.
Yeah.
It doesn't take place in space or even in the future, but it definitely has a aliens vibe to it.
Yeah.
The Jedi Knight Star Wars specifically. That's a pretty good guess. Mass Effect, yeah? I like the
Mass
guesses
Effect,
that
absolutely.
Isla's guessing. I want to say Halo.
Halo, of course.
One of the Halo games. You don't have to say a specific game. You can say the franchise, yeah? Isla also said Halo. I think for shits and giggles, I want to say that the Cyberpunk game is in the IMDb list. Oh, but it's user rated, isn't it? Is IMDb user rated? Or is
It's a
IMDb
mix.
like critic rated?
They have critic and a user.
Okay.
But I think the critic one is the one that people will...
Yeah. I'm guessing
attention
that if it's critic rated, it could be in the top 10. Alright, let me read you off the top 10 sci-fi video games according to IMDb. Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which I believe Isla did say specifically. That's number 1. Number 2 is, apparently, Spider-Man.
What?
2018 Spider-Man is apparently a sci-fi video game, according to IMDb, and the second best one.
Okay, well, good job.
The third one is Squadron 42.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either. The fourth one is Last of Us Part 2. Not a game I would have considered sci-fi by any degree.
Sci-fi, no. But okay, sure. So just any kind of, like, not real is what is considered sci-fi then.
No, because, like, because fantasy also means not real.
Yeah,
so
that's why
I don't consider Last... Also, horror is a genre I would more consider Last of Us, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Anyway, number 5 in the top 50 sci-fi games list is Cyberpunk 2077, as predicted. Squadron 42 sounds like a Star Wars one. I'm not sure. I literally don't know. I've never heard of it. Last of Us 1 is number 6.
Oh, good job.
So, another Last of Us is in there. Spider-Man's Miles Morales is number 7. Another Spider-Man game hitting the sci-fi list.
Good job, Spider-Man.
Please, somebody guess number 8 before I say it.
Avengers, Marvel, something.
That's a good guess. Does anyone else have a guess before I say it?
Bullshit. Nah, there's no good adventure game, I don't think. Actually, I'm thinking of that.
Okay.
But I do think
it's a funny answer, which is why I'm letting you guess. This one is sci-fi, by the way. I would consider this game sci-fi, I just wouldn't consider it to be in anyone's top 10 list ever.
An actual sci-fi game, okay.
If this was rated by fans, like people, rather than critics, I think this would not make anyone's top 10. Considering the criticisms that we have heard. If anyone would like to take a guess of the number 8 in the top 50 sci-fi video games according to IMDb.
Can't think of it right now. Also, I'm Epic Gaming. Fuck. So many.
Alright, let me give it to you.
Give it to me straight.
Detroit Become Human is number 8. Isla said Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. That's a good guess.
That would have been so funny.
But I wouldn't call that sci-fi either. It's more like, what's it called? What's that genre called where you like alternative history or something is what I would call the Call of Duty Modern Warfare like variants. Not sci-fi. At least there's tech in Detroit. No, Detroit Become Human is legitimately a sci-fi game. It's just what most people consider a bad video game.
And not
the
best 50 video game.
Yeah. I mean, it's in the top 10 even. Number 9 is Death Stranding, which does make sense to me. Number 10 is apparently Batman Arkham Knight. Again, not a game that I would have considered sci-fi by any means.
Yeah. I'm not doing hot. That's a grenade.
I'm gonna look up a different genre. I'm very interested now.
Oh.
What's a genre we should do guesses for?
I don't know, I hate genres.
I love these like IMDb lists though. Top horror games IMDb. I'm looking it up. Put your guesses in. Top
Last of Us and Last of Us.
Okay. I think those are good guesses.
Mm-hmm.
I think those might actually be like position 1 and 2 on the list if I had to put horror video games on a list. Batman is noir fantasy, yeah. I feel like Batman is almost closer to horror than it is to sci-fi. I think Left 4 Dead probably is in... Left 4 Dead 2 is probably in the top 50 horror games.
Only if it's of all time, and if it is how much money they made, then no.
No, I don't think it's how much money, I think it's rating. IMDb rating. Or Half-Life. Does Half-Life count as horror? It does have aliens biting people's heads off.
Yeah, to some, yeah.
I think Half-Life 2 is probably in the list of top 10. I bet Amnesia: The Dark Descent is in the top 10. horror games.
Hmm.
Does anyone else have any calls to make? Half-Life Ravenholm levels definitely has horror energy. I think Half-Life does have both sci-fi and horror energy, just because the whole thing of it is like, you know, brain control.
What I've learned is
parasites.
as soon as something has zombies, you can classify it as horror.
Soma? I would put Soma in the top 10 horror games, personally.
But, fuck man, it could be shit like Starve Together at this point.
Yeah, Don't Starve. Don't Starve Together, that's not a bad...
Don't Starve, but that's an indie, so while it is loved, it is...
I think it's based on
it doesn't have that
rating.
AAA money, you know?
Like, if it's like 9 out of 10, I think it'll make it in there. Slender Man?
Slender Man.
I don't know about that. I don't know about if Slender Man is gonna be...
Don't think so.
Whereas I think people legitimately liked Amnesia Dark Descent, even though, like, it's actually it's a very cool game, Amnesia, even though it was like clickbait YouTuber video. Phasmophobia? That's a good guess. Alright, I'm gonna look at the list now. Let's talk about the top 10 horror video games according to IMDb. So number 1, The Quarry. I've never heard of this, The Quarry. Have you?
I feel like I've heard the name, but I have no idea what it is.
Apparently that's... It's not even the highest rated. Maybe it has the most ratings. Oh, it's by popularity. What the hell? No, I'm gonna sort it by rating. Fuck that.
Fuck the popular vote.
No, popularity just... Doesn't that just mean...
I don't know.
Okay, so it does have 4,000 votes. I'm gonna sort it by... user rating, right? Wouldn't that be a better...
Oh, okay. Are we actually doing proper, like what is good games that people like versus what are successful games?
Well, I think apparently we were doing successful games before. That was what this list was set to. So I'll go back to that list and just see what those were. Because number 2 is Diablo 4. That does kind of make sense. Diablo is...
I would not call that horror, but okay.
It has, like, monsters in it.
Yeah, but it's like, again... Alright, so every fantasy game now is now a horror.
Alright, number 3 is Last of Us Part 2. Number 4 is Last of Us. Number 5 is Death Stranding. Number 6 is Batman Arkham Knight. Number 7 is Until Dawn. Number 8 is Call of Duty's Black Ops Cold War.
Fuck yeah, horror game.
Horror
That's
game.
only because it has that one zombie mode. That's so funny.
Number 9 is Alan Wake.
I guess that is technically...
I just didn't think it was that popular.
Yeah.
Like, Alan Wake is not what I consider one of the most popular horror games.
A lot of people seem to like that game, but having played it...
Oh my god, please guess. Please get... Oh wait, no, it's a different game. Never mind. Number 10 is Spider-Man 2.
What?
But the 2023 game. I thought it was like the Spider-Man 2 from 2000 and something, the pizza song one. That would have been so fucking fun. Okay, I'm gonna sort it by user rating now. Alan Woke. Let me just check if Robin is streaming yet.
These gamers got nothing better to do.
Oh, Robin is streaming! Okay, cool. So, last thing we're doing is checking the ratings of the horror games by actual rating. So, The Witcher 3, ostensibly a horror game, not what I would have called The Witcher 3, but that has a 9.8 on IMDb. I don't think you can get a higher score than that.
Okay, I mean, anything that has one horror in it can be a horror game.
Alright, number 2 is Last of Us Part 1. Sorry. Is that the same as Last of Us? No,
Yes.
Last of Us...
Part 1 is... Last of Us Part 1
The original
is
game, Last of Us, is a 9.7 on IMDb. Very massive. Last of Us, apparently, Part 1, the 2022 video game, is number 3.
That's because they made a remake, so
Oh, right. So it's the same game.
They put it on PC.
Okay. So
They have
the same game.
remastered that game 2 times now.
Last
The
of Us took
upgrade to
3
PlayStation
spots,
4.
yeah, apparently. The 2 different versions of the game.
And Disco Elysium.
Okay. Number 4 is another The Witcher 3.
Of course. Okay, this list means nothing.
Oh, why didn't I think of that? Number 5 is Resident Evil 4. That makes a lot of sense.
That does
Resident
make
Evil
sense.
4 is one of the most popular
That does make sense.
horror games ever. That should be number 1.
Primarily because it is in fact a horror game.
Yes. Well, no, Last of Us should take number 1. Last of Us should take number 1,
win!
and then Resident Evil 4 should take number 2, because The Witcher is not a horror game. The Witcher is a fantasy game. Elden Ring is the next highest rated, which does make sense. I think Elden Ring has the vibe of horror.
It makes more sense than Witcher, but I would still
It's close to
feel
fantasy
like
as well.
that's yeah, like
But
I
it
still
has
feel
kind
like
of
that
this,
is
like-
generous.
It has that kind of gothic horror. Like, not scary,
Yeah.
gross horror, but like... I mean, it actually has a bit of gross, doesn't it? It has, like, disembodied body parts a lot.
Oh, it's gross as fuck. It is absolutely
It has
gross.
a very big goth vibe. So if you count that as horror, then it has a bit of horror. The next one down by rating is Silent Hill 2, also making a lot of sense to me. The next one down is Half-Life Alyx.
Okay. I'm sure that is a really good game.
I'm just surprised that's more highly rated than Half-Life 2, but yes, Half-Life
Half-Life
Alyx.
2 is crazy old and no one plays it anymore.
That's true.
why.
And we got number 9, Bloodborne.
All of these games are new games. Or games that are...
No, because the second highest rated one was The Last of Us from 2013.
I mean, yeah, like, Bloodborne is not new anymore. But
And Resident Evil 4 is arguably not a 2023 game, even though the remake is the one that's out here.
Yeah.
And number 10 is Uncharted 2. We had to get one that wasn't horror on this list at all, right? We had to get one that was like the furthest thing away from horror. Isn't Uncharted famously silly?
I mean...
It's a bit silly.
It's Indiana Jones.
But like, it's very silly. It's not, it's
No,
light.
it's not.
It's lighthearted.
It's not very silly, but it is Indiana Jones.
It may not be Roblox shooter silly, but it is
lighthearted. No.
It's an adventure game. It's an adventure game more than anything
else.
else.
It's not horror.
It's supposed to be comforting to be
Yeah.
a hero in that game.
It is. You are in a crazy situation. You're
Tomb
going,
Raider is more
"Whoa,
horror.
whoa."
Yeah, Tomb Raider is more horror than Uncharted. It's a bit like, whoa. Indiana Jones is more horror than Uncharted.
Tomb Raider is not horror, the same way that Uncharted is not horror.
Yeah.
They are the same.
And surprisingly, PT is not in the top 10.
Well, PT was never a purchasable game, so I
But
think
PT is number 12.
Oh, okay.
It just
But
didn't
also,
make the list.
PT was, by nature of how this game exists and could exist and does not exist anymore, a gated game.
Yes, that is true. Now
So-
that you're dead, can we quickly go on to the end stream?
Yes, forever.
that was a very silly end to our stream. Thank you for coming, everybody. Everyone that's here is probably already aware of Robin, but we are going to raid Robin. You know how it works. Here are your stream
What the
messages to send. If you're
Man,
a subscriber, you can use the one that Jesterpunk sends. If you're just a follower, you can copy the one with the stinky cheese that Skiff sends. We're going into Robin's stream
Every time you
immediately.
click a button and I'm in any app, it's just like something new and mysterious will open.
Yeah,
This
'cause
time
it's
it
'cause
was-
it's control.
This
like,
time it was, I
something's
think
pressing
you
control.
opened the window that gives you help
Oh.
functions.
Yeah, F1. Right? F1 sends.
No,
Oh, okay.
that was not what I just got. I got something else. Like, imagine
Anyway.
old Windows, like
Are
you
we
have
ready
a-
to raid?
Yes.
We're going to raid Robin.
But I was just trying to say something
Yeah.
funny, you know?
It's because we have a stream deck, and I'm pressing buttons at the same time. But yeah, thank you for coming, everybody. We're gonna see you on Tuesday, I think.
Tuesday? That's
Hopefully,
the plan so far.
Chicory Tuesday. Good night, everybody. See you in
Bye-bye.
Robin's chat.
Beep, beep, beep.